session, I would like to call upon our first speaker of the day, Professor S.K. Garg. He is a professor, former Pro Vice Chancellor, Delhi Technological University, the founder head of Delhi School of Management. Professor Garg also headed the Training and Placement Department of DTU from 2008 to 13. He was an independent director in Rashtriya Ispat Nigam Limited, a Navratna public sector enterprise, Government of India from 2012 to 15. Professor Garg has more than 28 years of experience in teaching and research and another 4 years in industry, that's Hero Honda Motors Limited. His teaching and research areas include supply chain management, logistic management, manufacturing process automation, and technology management. He also deals with operations management, materials management, operations research, manufacturing strategy, production, planning and control, etc. Dr. Garg has published more than 150 research papers. He has also visited Chile and USA in 1997 to present a paper, and he visited various other universities. In July 2013, he visited George August University, Göttingen, that's Germany, as a supervisor of DAD, research scholar under Sandwich Scheme, and again in October as subject expert in Indo-German Logistics Forum workshop. In 2016, he visited several universities of US and UK to understand their administrative and research ecosystem. He has been to Cambridge University for 1 week as lead participant. So may I now please welcome Professor Dr. S.K. Garg to say a few words.
Before Professor Garg joins, I will just say a few words. Good morning and welcome to all dear participants to the second day of this faculty development program on innovative methods, skills, and eco-friendly technologies for quality and impactful research. Just a quick recap of yesterday's program. We had an excellent inaugural session wherein eminent academicians, Professor Mandal, Professor Sanchite, Professor Shastri, Professor Menon, Professor P.B. Sharma, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Professor Madhukar, Dr. Pani, they gave lots of informative inputs and real-life examples related to quality and impactful research and its ecosystem. Inaugural function followed by our first technical session wherein Dr. Panda, Dr. Khandal, Dr. Ambika Devi throw light on research and development leading to quality life and passion. All sessions were excellent and we have gained a lot of learning. Today also we have a great renowned speakers with us throughout the day. And now we are starting with our first plenary session of the day, and we are very delighted and pleased to have all our people today who will be joining. Right now, Professor Garg is with us. After that, Professor Sanjay Kumar Jha, who is a director from Liberal Arts, Dr. Anirban Das, Dr. Sagnik Dek, who is also from IIT Delhi, Hoskas, and then Dr. Fatima, who is from biotechnology, would be taking the session throughout the day. So today also, the whole day, we are going to have renowned speakers who will be speaking on this particular theme. And the theme for today is innovative methods, skills, and challenges in the research ecosystem and data analysis. We are very delighted and pleased to have you, Professor Garg. Professor Garg is was the former Vice Chancellor of Delhi Technological University and founder head of Delhi School of Management. So we are so happy that you are with us today and you have spared your valuable time to be on this particular platform and share your, would like to share your intellectual thoughts. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor had sent special thanks to you, sir, and he would be joining very soon, maybe in between of the program and in between of your session or maybe towards the end of your session. And he was also conveying his regards to you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, and over to you. We can see your slide perfectly and we can see you. Yes.
So, good morning, everyone. And my special thanks to Dr. Sanjana Bij, Dr. Parijat for a nice introduction. And I'm also thankful to MIT University Haryana, Vice Chancellor Sir Professor P.V. Sharma. He was a Vice Chancellor at Delhi Technological University before joining MIT University. And I have very close association of around 20 years, 22 years with him. I joined at Delhi College of Engineering in 1992 and up to 2014. We worked very closely together. I got all the blessings of from Professor Sharma and WhatsApp. Today I'm both in terms of position or this thing and academics also. Though he was not my formal supervisor, but he was my academic mentor also, along with obviously administrative head and the thing. So I'm
That's great, sir.
highly grateful to him that he has helped me to grow to up to this stage. So friends, I have going to speak on innovative methods, skills, challenges in the research ecosystem, and in between or at the we will talk about a little bit of data analysis also. So topic is such that there is no one single answer to any of this when it's an innovative method. Depending upon your field of area, depending upon your taste, depending upon your competencies, it will differ. I understand that participants are from different departments, from different backgrounds also, some students, research scholars, faculty members also. Am I right, Madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
They are from different fields. Maybe if you are non-engineering also?
Yes, sir. You will find the multidisciplinary faculty members and research scholars here from different states of our India and from like they are from journalism, they are from social sciences, they are from science background, they are from biotechnology. So mixture of each and everything.
That is so good. That is so good. So let's see, let's keep going. And there is no as such, those slides are there, but it's more going to be a personal experience sharing in this. So question arises, what is the objective of research? Why we are doing research? So because from there we will seek that what should be done.
Sir, I think you are on mute. We can't hear you. Some button you have pressed.
No,
yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, so I have put 2 bullets as a question mark. Maybe because of non-academic, non-research bent of mind also you are doing a research. It is attached with your career promotion or it's a compulsion kind of a thing. Or it's a stopgap arrangement that you are looking for something bigger and in between you thought of joining some research programs. So I'll leave that, these 2 bullets.
Okay.
Why it is not going forward? Just 1 minute. Yes.
Yes.
So I think some in between missing or just 1 minute. Disabling. Anyway. So what is the general objective of doing a research? We want to compare 2 or more theories, 2 or more materials in case of mechanical engineering, 2 or more algorithms in case of software engineering, maybe 2 perspectives in case of social sciences, or maybe 2 different demographies. You want to compare them. So that is one of the objectives, or each one may have depending upon that objective. And then also we want to determine what is the present status of different tools, benefit, difficulties, etc. Maybe you say that what are the benefits of a certain policy of the government, what are the benefits of a new process, like in engineering now 3D printing, Internet of Things are popular topics. So what are the benefits of this? What are the various tools which are associated with these technologies, new methods, or like that? Or what are the difficulties in implementing these new technologies, new perspective also maybe, our government has come out with certain law or maybe certain other aspects, or as a social scientist, you want to find out how this is going to be implemented, what are the difficulties society is going to face, what are the benefits the society is going to get by this policy. So as a social scientist, you want to study, or as a management person, you want to see the impact of certain marketing strategy, certain new product, or certain HR practice which you want to implement. So you want to determine the what is the present status of that particular policy, and with the new policy, how this is going to be going to benefit the society or the stakeholders, and what are the difficulties they are going to face. So that kind of a or it can be in the pure engineering sense also. You have developed a new material or a new process, or you want to see what are the various tools which are needed to implement that, benefits which are going to get, difficulties which we are going to face, challenges which we are going to face by implementing during the implementation of that. So these are another set of objectives. Then we can many times you develop the relationship between two or more attributes also. We may say that these attributes are independent, but in my hypothesis that there is some relationship between the variables or attributes. So that many times our social science research, engineering research also talks about this. We may develop some kind of a, just like we can say that if you are a LIC person and you are meeting several potential persons, and you want to know whether this person is going to be this particular deal is going to be complete or not, this customer is going to be converted into a policy or not. So then you want to say that if the age is between 50 to 60, the chances of conversion is very high. If the age is 20 to 30, chances are less. So that is your hypothesis. Or if the person is having a big family, then the chances are high. If you're having a certain level of income, the chances are high. So like this. So that is your hypothesis, which you want to test with the help of these research by developing an appropriate model, and then developing the appropriate hypothesis, collecting the data, and then verifying those hypotheses. So that is also many times our theme of our research. These days we are having a very powerful tool also, which is called structural equation modeling, to test that not only between two variables, it's a series of variables, and we develop a construct, we develop a model, and then maybe 30, 40 different parameters, we can plug them together as one model. So there we want to see that various attributes are there, various parameters are there, how they are interrelated, what are their relationship, and whether they are helping each other or not, whether they are forcing each other, driving each other or not. And then in there, you are all familiar, we are having mediating variables and moderating variables also. So one is there is direct impact of attribute A to attribute B, and then it may get moderated also, mediated also by moderated by gender, mediating by some other parameter, facilitating parameter, that government also has some policy of giving benefit in the income tax or something that may act as a mediating variable there. We say that if the person is such and such age group, having such and such family size, such and such his income, then he is a potential candidate, potential customer for conversion to a policy. And then if this is also mediating by a government policy where government is giving some tax advantages or other thing, then how it is going to have the relationship. So like that, or there may be a moderating parameter in the form of gender, in the form of age, or in the form of some other locality, city, country, or something like that. There can be a moderating parameter also. So similarly in the engineering sense also, in the engineering area also, we try to see the relationship between certain parameter. If I'm having certain material and then certain manufacturing process and certain other decision variables, how they are going to work together in the form of, for the purpose of optimization. There I'm trying to see my dependent parameter is the performance of the product, and it is dependent on several other independent variables. So I can develop a regression model also in that case to see that what is the relationship between dependent and independent variables. So again, a lot of research is being carried out where we are trying to see the relationship between different attributes, different parameters, independent, dependent parameters, or like that. And then many times we are doing the grouping of the variables also, just like in factor analysis, you may have 10 different cost parameters or 10 different other factors, and you want to convert them into a principal component analysis, or reducing the size of this by creating the factors or something like that. So that is also, that is the purpose is to simplify and to develop more meaningful constructs out of that, more meaningful variables from the list of several unrelated, uncorrelated variables, which in the beginning appear to be uncorrelated and unrelated, but with the help of certain tools, we can group them together on certain attributes or on certain factors. So this is what generally we do, as if we talk about in general sense. And coming to second, once you have decided the objectives, or even at the objective stage itself, two things can happen. One is you are having some existing problem, which many people have solved in the past also, but you want to address this problem with the help of new tools. Now new tools have come, just like machine learning, artificial intelligence, or certain other computational tools. And you want to see now with the help of, earlier there were limitations that you are not able to consider more number of parameters, but now you want to study that with the help of new, more powerful tools. Second is, you are having certain tools. Now there are newer areas are coming, just like I'm saying drones are coming, or some other new technologies are coming, or there is certain other issues are coming. Maybe the Delhi government has happiness curriculum. So you want to study the happiness curriculum impact of that, or something like that, with the help of certain existing tools. So to begin with, you freeze the one aspect and then try to explore the other one. If you are having an existing area with you, then already first answer to first is coming generally through the literature view. You study the literature view, you try to find out the what has been done in a particular area, and then you are trying to look at the same thing with the help of new tools, or by adding new parameters, new variables, etc. And in the second case, when we are saying that you are having certain sense of the tools, and now you want to see some new problems, some new areas you want to explore with that. So in the second case, area is a new challenge, and you are trying to examine that area with the help of certain existing tools. Whereas in the first case, there is a lot of literature available on that. People are doing research in that, but now you have got some new tool in the form of computation, in the form of certain other test tricks, or some other prototype, or something like that. And there you want to see the problem from a new perspective, from a different perspective. So this is generally, in general, there can be two different approaches depending upon again, depending on supervisor and the researchers, and both are exciting areas. The first one start with the more literature view, second one start with more functional this thing. If it is a practicing person in management, we generally see that he comes with a new problem, with new where he is working, and then we as a research supervisor will help him in understanding of the tools. Whereas those who are coming from the academic field by doing graduation, post-graduation, without much experience, they generally try to find out the problem with the help of a literature view, and then apply certain new tools. This is where, because they are working more than academic kind of research. The second is more practicing point of view. In general, I'm not, it's not too airtight kind of a thing, but in general, if we see at that, but obviously everyone is open to do a research in any of the ways, or maybe after some time you will find these two concepts are getting intermingled also. The boundary between them will get blurred once you are having an idea of the problem and tools, and then maybe you are changing a little bit of the problem also, going outside the scope of that problem also, or maybe you are trying new tools also and new problems also. At the end of the day, it is expected that you are having some new tool and application in some new functional area, domain area also. So that is ultimately expected from a good research. But definitely starting point can be to keep the you can start with some tool and apply in some area, or start with some problem from literature view and examine it with the help of new tools. Moving forward, why we do that? means if it is a already you are having certain area, you want to do the research so that the efficiency of the system can be improved. It's more from an engineering perspective, maybe certain things. So you want to develop new material, new process, or new way of doing a particular thing so that the efficiency of the system can be improved. It can be in HR also, it can be even in finance also. Efficiency of your funds, effectiveness of your funds, you want to improve. So one aspect is, so when you see the performance measures of your research, maybe it is related to efficiency, it can be related to effectiveness also. Just like we said that there is a happiness curriculum, what is its impact? So we want to see whether there is a students are having more, having less stress, or students are having better health, or they are feeling better citizen also. So that is by having that effectiveness of the citizens have improved, their performance has improved in the exams, or they are more punctual, they are more respectful, like that. Or it can be on some other performance measures, just like we see in material, better surface finish, better performance, better durability, or other aspects of the technology. So what we do, you can work on the component and part at a basic level. Research, you can talk at a very micro level, where you are talking about the material, even the material science. The science people are more working at a micro or level, basic research level. So you are more talking about component and parts, or you may talk about the network, the system of various components and parts, a network level, configuration level. You may be working at a communication or information flow level. You may be talking at a organization level, management level. So depending upon your field, your interest, or in the same area also, maybe one researcher in the same area is working at a very micro level, another person may be working at a very, very macro level. So again, you can choose that also. What is your scope of work? So this is where you have decided a particular area. So now you are deciding what is my scope of the work. You say that I will work narrowly in one particular organization only, or you will say that I will work in the northern India, or you will say that I will work at a national level, something like that. Okay, so similarly in case of materials, if somebody want to work in industry 4.0, he may be working at a sensor level, or even the material required in sensors, etc. Level, or he may be talking about a network level, he may be talking about at a microcontroller level, or he may be developing some kind of a cyber physical system, or he may be talking as a management student, its application in supply chain, applications in other areas, and then seeing the benefits of that. So again, in the same area, if I say that I'm doing a research in industry 4.0, science students may be doing something different, electronic people may be doing something different, mechanical people may be talking about on robots and other things, and IT people may be talking about in terms of networks and various protocols. Management people may be talking about in terms of application challenges and benefits, and in that area. So like this. So in every area, we are having a scope for everyone. So we can decide what is my scope, and based on that, we can start our work. In general, the same slide continuation. This is so. The research, we can divide our research, though it's not a division, it's basically, you start with any technology which we are seeing today. It must have started at some basic research level. Like today we are seeing all kind of electronics and other things. It started with some kind of physics, where solid state physics was there. So at that time, that is the basic research, where you were not aware where this particular research is going to be used. Then come the applied research, where you have developed the integrated chips and other things, some component and parts. Again, product is still not there. Then come the third stage, that is the product development. Now you are clear that I'm doing this research, I'm doing the development to create a particular product for a particular market segment. And then come the launching of that product, the managerial aspects of that, launching of that product, having a startup or something like that of that. So that is the implementation. So and any technology, any new thing which we are having, it passes through these 4 different stages. So coming to the approach or innovative techniques or something obviously creativity and innovation is one of the most important aspect in research. You need to be highly innovative and creative. Many a time students come to you and you give him certain guidance and other things. I'm talking both. Student is going to the supervisor, supervisor has given a certain guidance to him. And now you have to check next time when he's coming with a statement, Madam, sir, you told me this, I have done this. Or he's coming with something from his own side also. If he's coming with the answer, Madam, you have told me, I have come now with, I have done this. That means he's not applying his own innovation, creativity. He has no interest in that work. He's only doing the assignments. Research is not assignments. So we have to keep in mind. So first and foremost, both for the supervisor and for the student, is a student should be creative, and faculty should not keep on giving me assignment after assignment. Then it is not a research, he is not learning anything. And he's not applying his mind also. It is more like a tutorial exercise he's performing. So very, very important for research scholars also. Supervisor has given you certain clues, certain starting points, certain seed. You have to develop on that. And when you are meeting next time, you say that you have given me a very good idea. Based on that idea, I have developed this. So that is a right statement, rather than saying that you told me I have done this. Okay, in that case, supervisor has told you based on his competency, his knowledge. But you have to apply your own competency, your own knowledge, and think beyond that also. Then it is going to be a new work. Supervisor has experience of last 10-15 years, so not able to think much beyond that. So you have to do some out of the box thinking in that particular aspect, and come out with something which based on the guidance, you have to come out with your own creativity, on your efforts, something beyond that what has been told to you. So that is one very, very important aspect.
Professor Garg Sahab, such a
Namaskar,
great pleasure to have you. What a valuable actually presentation. Absolutely right, validation and recommendations. But I thought one more thing which you have been very passionate about, error analysis. Error analysis at the end of the day is very important for us to understand how far our validation is generalized. And
Right.
we need to also discuss what could be the limitations, because many a time we are driving our conclusions on the basis of limited set of data and limited spread of the data. And we need to highlight some of the limitations. Otherwise, many of the recommendations could be taken as generalized and global, while they may be more regional and local in their effect. So that part should also be coming in terms of error analysis of the data, as well as in terms of limitations of our validation. Professor Garg has been very passionate about this. I know in all the PhD scholars which he has guided, and I knew Professor Garg from my days at IIT Delhi. He's such a serious researcher, and I'm really delighted that you are spending your quality time in our faculty development program. We are so grateful to you for the time you are spending, for the vision and your wealth of experience you are sharing with our faculty colleagues attending this important program from all over India. And I'm really so happy that we have participants coming from universities and institutions spread almost in all states of India. So such a great privilege and honor, Professor Garg. What a great pleasure to hear you giving such important tips to our participants.
My pleasure. And so whatsoever, it's all your blessings and your mentoring. So you have said that, maybe at this slide, after this only, I will talk about that validation and data analysis. Means whatsoever analysis you are doing, whether that analysis makes some sense or whether it is a validation part of it, we will talk about maybe after this. My writing pad is not getting connected. I will connect that, and maybe I will draw and I will explain those fine points of data analysis. Let me get connect also. So I will do that, sir. I will give my inputs on that also. And
the reason I raised this point, Professor Garg, was that
no,
when
that
I
is
was
very important, sir.
in Delhi, I found that many a time we were talking in terms of absolute numbers. But when it came to decide to work out the percentage variations, these were very, very small, like 0.01% or 0.05%. So the examiner of the day said that variation is very small. It could be well within the limits of your error analysis. But then we found that 0.05% or 0.01% in terms of absolute numbers of the amount of heat that was being considered was very high. And we also worked out error analysis at that time and became aware that there were three major parameters that impact the error. One is, of course, the precision of the equipment or instrument that you are using. Second one, of course, was where you are installing it. And number three was the local condition of the environment, whether the test is being carried out during winter or summer or during extreme weather conditions, etc. And how well have you calibrated your instruments which you are using? Are you calibrating them more regularly, more frequently? Are you also keeping a record of the variation of pressures, temperatures, humidity during the day? All these became very, very important. So really speaking, we need to announce that India is moving forward to world-class research in very many areas. It would be important for all our researchers to understand that the quality of research depends upon how well we understand the impact on our observation of the local conditions, of the weather conditions, of the global variation, and also the limitations of the data sets and the spread. So this is, I thought just making it a mention at the time when you are presenting it, because no one other than you would understand better than me, in fact, the importance of validation and error analysis. Yeah.
Right, sir. So let's take it right away. Suppose the question is to all of you who are present here. Chief Minister of Haryana has given you the assignment to find out the average weight of the population between the age 15 to 18. He's very concerned about this younger population, and he want to know what is the average weight of my young boys between the age 15 to 18. He want to know that. He came to know that at Amity University, Haryana, a lot of people are there with good research and statistics background. So assignment has come to you as individual. So how you are going to perform this? What answer you are going to give, and how you are going to give the answer to the Honorable Chief Minister? Obviously, you are going to take a sample of 1,000 odd students from different states, different districts, or different cities, rural, urban, and like that. And then you are going to measure the weight of these 100,000 children. And then you say that, Honorable Chief Minister, sir, I have done a research. The average weight of these students or this person between 15 to 18 is 52 kg. Okay, you have done a research and you measured and you find out the average and you said that, sir, it is 52. Then there is somebody who is not liking you. He went to Chief Minister, sir, he or she has given you a wrong answer. Let's give this assignment to a person in some other college also. So that person also did the same thing, find out a sample of 2,000 and measured this. And he said, sir, it is not 52, it is 51 kg only. Now, how you are going to defend your answer? You said 52, you did religiously, you have not fucked anything, you have not made any mistake. Scientifically, you have done that. Random sampling you have taken, all kind of strata you have taken, and like that. But you came out 52, another guy has came out with the answer of 51. First, you tell me, is it possible or it is not possible? You can switch on your mics also. Let's have 10 minutes of understanding.
You can write it on the chat box, or if you want to say something, you can just write on the chat box. We will open your video and audio. Yeah.
इसको ऑन कर देना, इस पे कनेक्ट करो, नेट भी चला तो yes, you can speak out also. Anyone can speak out.
You can write
Or
it in the chat box if
it
you
is
want to say
possible,
something.
depending on the which 1,000 student you have chosen, which 2,000 student you have chosen, the result will be according to that.
Yeah,
Or
Dr.
even even in your university.
Professor Garg, Dr. Tulika is writing that minor variations possible.
So how to then, what is minor? 1 kg is a minor or it's a major? Now you have to tell.
He's writing, yes, it's possible.
Where can I see the chat box?
Maksud, can you give right to Dr. Sanjeevni and Dr. Tulika so that they can speak?
Here.
Okay, ma'am.
So
Dr. Tulika and Dr.
yes,
Sanjeevni, we
it
are
is
giving you
possible.
the right.
Yes, I agree that it is possible. Then what is minor? 1 kg is a minor difference or it's a major difference?
Tulika, are you there? Dr. Tulika, can you hear us? Can you open your video?
The first one.
Yes, Dr. Tulika is there. Dr. Tulika, please open your video. Dr. Tulika or Dr. Sanjeevni, if you are there, kindly open your video and audio. We have given you the rights.
Open discussion. This is nothing as such, and I will take you from this question to your own areas.
Yes.
Sir, good morning, sir. Sir, I think you said, you just mentioned that on an average, it's a true representative of the population. So I think on an average, I totally agree that there may be some sort of variations. If you say that 1 kg is a minor one or the major one, and the average is 2 kg, then in that case, 1 kg will be the minor, not the minor one. 1 kg will not be the minor one in the results if we are saying that average is an
Now we have to,
representative.
it's not this thing, we have to say with the help of statistics.
Okay.
How much kg we say it's a minor and how much kg we say it's a significant. Rather saying minor or major, it is significant or it is not significant. Our statistical language is significant, whether the difference is significant or difference is not significant. Or before that, what should be the right statement to the Honorable Chief Minister? Rather than saying that the average weight of the student is 52 kg, is there a better answer?
Yes, participants, please write it on the chat box if you
Better
have.
answer is a researcher.
Yes. Dr.
Sir,
Sanjeevni. Yeah.
sir, or we can say that not only the average, we can get him with the statistics of variations which we have found out.
The answer is, as a statistician in your research also you should mention, I will take this, I will frame the same question for your research also. The right answer, you say that the average is 52, range is from 50.5 to 53 with 95% confidence.
Percent of level of confidence. Okay, 1%.
Yes, you said that 95% of the population is from 50 to 54 or 55 with an average of 52 and with an error of plus minus 5%.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
If somebody else is coming with the answer, then you are very highly safe. Your statement is always right.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjeevni. Dr. Tulika, are you there?
Thank you, sir, for the nice nice suggestions. I think
no, it's not a suggestion. We
helpful.
have to do like this only because we are dealing with a random data. We are dealing with a random data and we are dealing with a sample. Whenever we are dealing with a sample, there are always two types of errors. Isn't it? We call it type 1 and type 2 error. So question is, again, I'm coming back to my question. So in the first stage itself, you have to give a statement of that again, if you say that it varies from 50 to 54, there may be some guy who is having a weight of 65 or 70 also. So you're plugging it that with 95% confidence. You said 95% of the population is within this. And again, there is a plus minus 5% error is also can be there. So unless you define your answer in a complete manner, it is always subject to a question. Number one. Now, question arises, if somebody else is coming, you are saying 52 average, somebody else is saying average is 51. How you are going to defend your answer? Then second parameter will come into picture, which is called standard error. In this case, standard deviation. If the difference is more than 3 standard deviation, we say that difference is significant. If the difference is within 3 standard deviation, we say it is not significant. It is due to chance. This is very, very important concept aspect in whole of the research. So we have to tell that, we have to see when we say that, like in my case, if I develop a new material, I say that it has a higher strength, but earlier material has a strength of 51, this new material has a strength of 52. It may be due to chance only, that few sample I have prepared and it turns out to be like that. Whether that it is significantly improved or it is just by chance, it comes like that. Isn't it? So that answer will come with the help of an analysis of standard error or standard deviation. So in our whole research, standard error play a very, very important role. Whether your results are significant or not significant, it has to be analyzed with the help of standard error. Standard error is a natural variation, chance variation. If the result is beyond the chance variation, we say yes. If it is within the chance variation, we say it is not significant. Is it clear? Anybody having any question, or you can give me your research area? We can reframe this hypothesis in the same manner. My hypothesis that there is a significant, there is no difference between the two researchers' outcome. Alternate hypothesis, there is a significant difference between the outcome of two researchers. So I have taken the mean, I have taken the standard deviation. Now I can apply the t-test. And if the value of the t is higher than the critical value, I say that there is a significant difference. If it is less than the critical value, table value, we say it is not significant. Is it okay? Or here I want to explain to you the p-value concept also. In all our research, we talk about the p-value also. We calculate the p-value. How many of you are comfortable with p-value? Have heard the term p-value? Maybe in the chat box you write yes.
Yes, please write it.
Those who have, just say yes if you have heard the term p-value.
Yes, sir. Dr. Sanjeevni is writing yes, sir. Dr. Ashtik Mishra is writing yes. They have heard about
Some
this.
students also, research scholars also.
Yes. What about research scholars? Have you heard about p-value earlier? Yes. Smriti is writing yes. Dr. Bhakti is writing yes.
What is p-value in my discussion so far?
Yes, sir. They are
My
writing.
p-value, when I say t calculated and t table, from where I'm getting the t table against a certain significance level. That is the desired p-value, the cutoff p-value. If you are now you are calculating the p-value with the actual also. ये connect हो रहा है? Slide पे चल रहा है? इसको login भी कर देंगे.
Medita Stephen is also writing yes. So many of them have heard about this p-value. Yes.
The hypothesis we can compare with the help of t calculated and t table, and we can also compare with the help of p also. P is a very generic term. For t test, you have to compare t. For z test, you have to compare z. For chi-square test, you have to compare f, and so on. But p is one factor which is common to any of the tests. That's why p-value is preferred. Comparison of p-value is preferred as compared to comparing t, comparing z, comparing f, or other kind of a things.
My dear participants, this is the right kind of platform wherein you can discuss your doubts related to research while conducting your research. If you face any kind of issue or problem, so please do ask. Don't hesitate to write it on the chat box or to speak on. Thank you.
I thought I just raised at this point, Dr. Sanjana,
Yes, sir.
to Professor Garg, a very important point which is in my mind. Professor Garg, by this time, you must have examined, I'm pretty sure, several dozens of doctoral theses. What limitations you find in general in the PhD thesis which you have examined from various universities and institutions?
Yes, sir, I'm coming to that. One of the
Mhm.
important thing which I found, I have made one slide also.
Really?
And,
Yeah, you can finish your slide and then later on.
sir, slide is
No
not a
difficulty.
issue.
No, don't go fast.
I
Don't
will
go
come
fast.
back, sir. I will come back because
Yeah. Because it's important for us to, in fact, understand your wisdom in all these very nice slides which you have made.
I will share these slides also. I may not be able to cover, but I will share. I will send across these slides.
Now, please do share as much time you require because this is very important.
So that
Yeah.
this slide is very close to my heart.
Yes. Embracing moments. Yes. Very good.
It is embarrassing for all the three stakeholders. It is embarrassing for the student, embarrassing for the supervisor, embarrassing for the examiner also, and
Yes.
embarrassing for the institute also. Sir, I'm just sharing. We were examining the PhD. Person has worked on a radar, and he has done all kind of finite element analysis, very good colored graphs and everything. And all of a sudden, somebody, examiner asked, I was the examiner, sir, what is this rudder? In which part of the ship it is used? And what is the purpose of that part? Student was not aware that he had done all kind of analysis, all solid modeling, this modeling, that modeling, but he was not knowing what is the size of this component, where it is used, what is the role of that? No. So please avoid that. That is the most embarrassing moment for anyone. Similarly, person had done a good research on nanomaterials, all scientific research. I said that how many meters are there in a nano? He was not able to answer.
Very interesting.
Third, these are very recent examples actually. Person has done means he must have used more than 1,000 times CAGR in his research presentation. It was at Jaipur in some university. So I said, what is the formula for CA? How to calculate compound annual growth rate? And the person was not able to. He had done all such kind of graph and other things and macro thing, but basic formula he was not knowing. Then he gave the example. Okay, in 1 year my growth is 7%. In next year 8%. In next year 9%. Now for 3 years, what is my compound annual growth rate? He was not able to calculate. So please, one of my suggestion is whatever research you are doing, please understand that also what you are doing.
Yeah, I think a little bit more refined version of this. Whatever you use of anybody else's research, also understand that before you start putting it in your own thesis. Sometimes by understanding others' work, you may be able to perhaps interpret it better or maybe even find some gap areas and go further. Often we utilize the opportunity of looking at somebody else's work and then quote it also without reading it also. तो ये बहुत बड़ी लिमिटेशन है हमारे उसमें थीसिस में और रिसर्च में. So I'm really so happy that you brought it out. Also, I found that many times people don't read the thesis 2, 3, or 4 or 5 times. They think that I have written it, so it must be correct. Unless you read your own thesis 3, 4 times before you submit, and unless your supervisor reads it at least once or twice before it is sent to examiners, I think we may not be able to really get it right. Examiners also often do not read the whole thesis. They read the synopsis only. And that is where the trouble comes. I've seen the examiners from abroad, they go through every single page, every single sentence, every single graph and table which you prepare, and they go and analyze it by using their own tools and really see whether the assertions and recommendations that you make, conclusions you draw, hold good or not. So that kind of rigor is required, in fact, at all level, at the level of the candidate, at the level of supervisor, at the level of examiner. So once we start doing it right, I'm sure India will rise to great esteem in research.
And another thing which I want to share, sir, is time management in PhD. There may be 7-8 aspects you have to do, like you have to do the literature review, you have to develop the test rig or create some kind of a software, programming, coding also, you have to collect data also, and you have to write papers also, like that. So I used to say that you can start on 3-4 aspects simultaneously. As a concept of Ludo, we are having 4 this thing which we have to bring it to the house. So, and I have to see that it should not be cut by the opponent player also. That means I should be keep on navigating it to the house, full house. So there also you start with 3 or 4 different aspects: data collection, literature review, maybe setting up a test or doing a coding or something, whatsoever you are, or finding out developing a questionnaire, getting the responses also, understanding the statistical package software also. So keep on working simultaneously on 3-4 aspects, and wherever you feel more interest is coming or more this thing is, so you have to see that all 4 aspects are moving forward, and depending on your mood, depending on the resources you are getting or help you are getting, so maybe at one point of time one aspect is moving much faster, another you are keeping it in the back end, but you keep at any point of time 4 or 5 aspects in your mind in your research. So that is a good idea to time management, so that if you work only on one in a linear manner, then it is going to be highly time consuming and boring also. So that is, I don't know, it's my personal thought on this. Madam, screen is visible?
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible.
It is not in a PowerPoint mode. Yes. Another important thing which sir has said, that issues which we found, like title of your research paper or title of your thesis. Any time the thesis title or paper title is not conveying what are the contents of that, or it is too clumsy to understand. So I'm giving you one example. Time is less, otherwise I would given you the exercise to simplify this or to make it more effective title. I'm giving you the second slide. So just see that how this title can be improved in a iterative manner, step-by-step manner. And idea is you keep on reducing the number of words in that, but conveying the message in a more forceful manner. So a system dynamic model for evaluating investment strategies for improvement in human resource and its impact on LPI. Nothing wrong in the title. It conveys that you are doing a system dynamic analysis, you are evaluating the investment strategies, and you are improving the human resource, and you are seeing it on logistic performance index. Okay, but it can be simplified. System dynamic modeling for improving logistic performance index induced by investment in human resources. So slightly better. Further, you can go. System dynamic modeling for improving LPI by investment in human resource. A system dynamic model for investment in human resource and its impact on LPI. So try to see that your title itself convey, which is very forceful and meaningful. So that just I thought that another important point which I want to convey, like sir has said, that what are the major comments we receive on our PhD thesis, or we see that. First is the mechanical aspects. That means this aspect irritates the examiner if this is not done in a nice manner. One is the font size. Throughout the thesis, it looked like a very, very uniform thesis. Even after 4 or 5 years of working as a research scholar, still we get irritated. At the end, again, they come with the certain very lousy kind of a typing or material. And when you ask that why you have done that, sir, this is my first draft, I will improve that. So don't do that. Rather than first doing a shabby work and then you say that I will improve. As a PhD scholar, you must develop a habit that in the first go itself, even if you are writing 2 lines, they should be perfect in every manner. In terms of font, in terms of line spacing, justification, captions of table figures, whatever you're doing, right in the first go, you see that it is perfect. Don't come out with the excuse that this is just a I have done it, I will improve later on. That later on part will never come. And it will go like that only. And secondly, when supervisor, rather than giving you a inputs on the content part of it, he get confused, he get involved in correcting your typing, correcting your spacing, and correcting of this only. So quality time which you had used for getting his inputs on the contents, on the research, he is more involved in these mechanical parameters of the typing or something like that. So please, that is one of my, and this examiner place also, it gives very wrong reflections. One of the important learning in PhD is you are able to present your work in a very nice manner. Researcher कहते हैं ना research किया है क्या? So it should be a very neat and clean, and everything should be in a well presented manner. So that is one advice here. Reference, obviously we have to follow one single this thing. And two more slides which I want to bring to your notice at this stage. What happens, just sir has said that you are doing a research, and if at the end of the day you say that so many people have said this, so many people have said this, or this material has given this much strength, this much this, like this, it has no significance for anyone. For the research community, it has no value. Unless you talk about it in a dimensionless numbers, or in a very generic language which is applicable, not though you have done a research in a small area, but this is applicable across the globe to each and everyone. So what's the result you are getting? Then you try to generalize that, generate different scenarios, and in each scenario, how your results are going to be useful in that. Just like here, this we did a research in 2002 or something, and publish a very good paper. For publication paper also, this is very essential. Because for international community, what is happening in one particular company or one particular data set has no relevance for them. So what you do is, in this, like we did a research on complexity, flexibility, and performance of a system or of a manufacturing system. Then we did simulation and other thing, and we examined different cases also. From this, we generalize that. Case one, if complexity is low, flexibility is low, performance is low, what is required? We say that in this such case, FMS is not required. Flexible manufacturing system is not required. Then we say that if performance is high and complexity is also low, flexibility is low, we should go for the automation. Rather than going for flexibility, we go for automation. Because complexity is not there and flexibility requirement is not there. Third is, if your this thing, if the flexibility is very high, but still performance is not coming. You have a high flexibility, but performance is not coming. This is because there is no complexity, rather flexibility was not required. You should go for need-based flexibility, not a generic flexibility. You should have a limited dose of flexibility because your complexity is low. Then if the complexity is low, flexibility is high, and performance is also good, then you have to integrate that. You try to make your products and services more complex and create more value addition, because you are having flexibility, you are having a good performance also. Maybe you are working in a low value addition domain. Change your domain, go to a market, because you are having these two strengths. Go to an area where you can generate more value of your products, more value for your services, more profitability for your organization. So like this. So you go for supply chain Kaizen, end-to-end or something like that, integrate more. You are having a high flexibility and high performance, but you increase the complexity of your systems by including more number of customers, more markets, more product categories, more variety, more differentials in your product and services. So like that. Similarly, if your complexity is high, but flexibility is low, and your performance is also good, then what to do? Go for more automation, because and exploitation of the easy availability of flexibility. See that where flexibility can be implemented, because the complexity is high, even then you are able to give a high response. Okay, you can further improve your response by doing some kind of a automation and some kind of a flexibility. Similarly, if all the three are high, that means this is the right candidate for full FMS. As you are having very high complexity, very high performance is also required, and very high flexibility. So full FMS, as the conditions are very conducive, the complexity, flexibility, and performance are all high. So like this, from your results of simulation for your small areas, if you are able to journalize, there is no question that paper will not be published in a very high-end journal. Second example, this was the work of one of the MTech student somewhere around 2012-13. Same thing, she did the work on remanufacturing, and we applied an approach which is called graph theoretical approach. So there we try to see the importance of various parameters, we try to see that which are the products which are suitable for remanufacturing and which are the products for which we should not try to do the remanufacturing. Remanufacturing means you are saving certain parts and components of a previous product and refurbishing it. Like many times you upgrade your laptop by changing the motherboard. A total laptop is 60,000. By investing 15,000 or 20,000, you get as good as a new, good performing laptop. So that is called remanufacturing. Or just like in various cranes and earth movers, etc., Caterpillar, these are the right candidates. Because 40% of their components are not worn out. They are stationary components, body, chassis, metal, all such things. Changes only deteriorating is a moving part, engine part, or electronics. So if you replace that at a cost of 30-40%, you can have as good as a new earth mover or something like that. So that is called remanufacturing. Now she did a research on that, and several parameters were identified, their weightages were calculated, but paper came back that this is in a very narrow context you have done that. And then we tried to, in the last section, we added one more section. With whatever model we developed, we tried to apply it in 5 different cases. Automobile engine, we say that automobile engine is the right candidate for remanufacturing, photocopy machine, industrial machinery, mobile phone, electronic products like television, music set. And based on that, we calculated the score of that. Higher the score means more conducive for remanufacturing. We developed these radar diagrams and other things. This was only, rest everything was done as a main research. This is only making it more generic, making it more useful for the audience. Now, this particular work is now, which I have last section of the paper, which was added after getting the review from the reviewers. We added one small section of 2 pages. Now it is in a very good journal, that is International Journal of Production Economics, 2013, as I said. So the message which I am trying to say, which sir has said, that these are the certain aspects which are expected, and this examiner will point out that you have done this research, this has meaning only in that particular context only, unless you generalize it. And in the engineering science, we make it a ratios. So that ratios, in the form of ratios, we present our result. But in case of subjective or behavioral science or social science result, maybe you can generate different scenarios and then you validate your results in different scenarios, whether it has a meaning or how far they are true in a particular scenario. So you can do that in this manner. I have done a little bit of exercise on this, but I don't think what are the skills required in doing a PhD or research work? First is the communication. You must understand what the supervisor is saying. Here, communication is more between supervisor and student to begin with. And communication also means expressing your idea in the written form also, in the thesis, in the conferences also. Many times student has done a very good work, but in the conference, in the presentation before the research committee, he or she is not able to express his work. So ability to understand the information you receive and present the information in the manner others can understand. Both are important. Okay, so develop, it's again, you have to develop that particular skills. It's not that something God gifted or something. So you have to develop those skills, good listening, understanding, prepare your notes also when you are going to your supervisor, keep one copy, keep one note, then develop some mental diagram out of that, connections between them. This is where the difference between information and knowledge. Information is when certain aspects are given to you in a fragmented manner. If you develop a linkage between them, then it is a knowledge. So the difference between information and knowledge is only this much. Like in our BTech or this, our education, we read the subjects as different subjects. But this knowledge of different information of different subject has no meaning unless you develop the linkage between them and create a knowledge. Maybe a particular aspect is taught in 10 different subjects. So unless you combine them, synthesize them together, it has a very limited, you can only reproduce, but you won't be able to use it for problem solving or for analyzing the problem. So this is what it is. Try to understand the information and convert it into knowledge. And whatsoever you want to say, do express it in such a manner that along with information, it conveys certain knowledge also. Then comes the data analysis. As I said, the important aspect in data analysis is we are working on samples only. The difference between the results can be due to chance or it can be due to certain factor. So whole of our statistical analysis, whether it's a p-test, t-test, chi-square test, or predictive analysis, or we call it this thing, R-square. I was to discuss R-square also. In our regression models, etc., we calculate the R-square, adjusted R-square. What is that? How much variation in the dependent variable is explained by the independent factors. So that is R-square. That means something is explained, something is not explained. Chance and assignable. Some is assignable to the independent parameter. Certain things are still not assigned to the independent variable. So if you keep in mind, just like in my first question also, when I said the Chief Minister of Haryana, 51 and 52, whether difference is due to chance or there is something wrong in the methodology, or there is something you have selected some different population, he has selected certain different population, or our procedures are different, like that. So that is an assignable cause, but it can be chance also. Chance is within plus minus 3 sigma of the standard error. Anything beyond that is not a chance. Whole of our hypothesis testing is revolving around that. Whole of our research is revolving around that. We want to see whether the difference or whether a particular phenomenon is significant or it is not significant. If the difference is within plus minus 3 sigma, 3 standard error, 3 standard deviation, it is due to chance. If it is beyond that, it is due to some cause which you have trying to examine, some policy intervention, some kind of a cause which you can pinpoint. Okay, so that is a chance and this thing. Then problem solving, another skill. As I said, you may have a bigger research problem which you want to address, 3, 4, 5 objectives in that. Break that problem into parts, then think critically about each element and analyze the information and develop effective solutions for each, and then synthesize that. And the last aspect, madam, another 1 or 2 minutes, and then I will close that and I will share these slides with you. How to write the report and this thing. This is just like you think of a movie. Any movie which you like this day we are talking about Drishyam 2. So what is required? What is there in the movie? How the movie is created? Just like you have to create your thesis or a research paper also. What happened in the picture? It first introduced the various situations and the actors. Okay, so your introduction should be starting with a macro. You say this is a village, this is the India, and then this is a scenario of that. And within that, you come to your own family, own city, own family, and within family also a particular issue. There is a girl, there is a boy, there is something happening, some crime is there or something like that. Okay, so that is your introduction part. Then comes the literature view. Literature view means giving the background of these actors, giving the background of these situations. So that is your literature view. Just like in movie also, it will take you to the flashback. So literature view is nothing but a flashback. You get some critical information from the literature review. So second aspect. Then you start to develop certain theories. In the picture, it will give you certain theories that they work on different theories to solve the problem, to entertain you or something like that. So that is the third aspect of theory part, and then solving that theories and other things. And then at the end, some conclusions and something like that. So try to write your paper or a thesis by following a particular movie of your choice and see that how this movie has been composed together. And then in between you can give back good graphs, good tables, certain aspects, certain good writing, certain phrases or something, like just like we are having different special features which are not in the main storyline, but that enhance the value of the movie. So in the paper also try to bring something which not only satisfied the evaluator or the audience, but delight the person that this is something very unique. You have created a very new diagram or presentation or express something in a nice manner or something like that, some delightful factor, bring it in your writing. So I think I have overstepped my time. So there is nothing to concluding remark. This is an ongoing journey. Research is ongoing journey. So there is no concluding remarks as such. But two important things are there if you take home from
Yes, sir.
my understanding.
Sure, sir, please.
One is you should understand your data, and not only with the help of softwares and other things, develop your intuitive sense about that. Okay. And second is writing a paper. Rest of the things can be combined together. So these two aspects where special efforts are required, more creativity is required, more understanding is required. So with this, I'm stopping here. So any questions, anything, any?
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Garg, for enlightening us with various technical issues which researcher or as a faculty face while conducting the research. We have few questions on the chat box. Dr. Parijat is asking that what approach would you suggest for the researchers working in the field of translation?
Translation means literature kind of a thing?
Yes. Dr. Parijat, can you explain more?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And the idea is, though, I have never touched that particular area, to be honest with you. But obviously, that method is going to be the same. So there also you have to find out when you're doing the translation, whether you're doing some new book, translating some new book, or you are doing which others have done, but with the help of some new approach or something like that. You may have some other approach, maybe different theories are there within the translation also. So other people have applied the translation in a certain manner, and you want to do it in a more lucid manner or more objectivity or more something like that. So, or you are more, just like yesterday somebody said that there are more than 800 different Ramayans are there. So same story has been told in 800 different ways. So like that. So, but each may have a different perspective. Actually, in movie also, if you see that, so far we have so many movies even in Bollywood, Hollywood, but so there is whenever you are starting a translation, there must be one single unique factor. In the whole picture also, there is one factor, the starting point of the story writer or director. Around that whole of the package is done. So there also, when you're doing a translation, you find out what is the unique thing which you want to bring, or meant for a particular audience, meant for a particular this thing. That is why I feel that should be you must have some knack for that why you are doing the translation of this, who is going to be my audience, and accordingly then you can, and then it is going to be, again, all these aspects are going to be there. Again, you may have in a research framework, objectives and methodologies and all such things are going to be part. I don't know. This is just loud thinking.
You tried to answer it well, sir. There is a suggestion by Major General P.K. Sharma. He suggests normally we read what we write, hence it is difficult to find our own errors. So let our thesis be read by someone else other than the supervisor. That's what he suggests.
I think this is a good suggestion.
Along with that, This is not my answer. I heard a few days back in one of such, and I find it very interesting. So I'm sharing with you.
Sure, sir.
One is you read forward and you have written, you will not find much. Then people say that you read backward also. And you will start finding your some mistakes. The best answer to this is you go on a blackboard and you read in such a manner as you are explaining to someone.
Mhm.
Then you will find all your errors are coming on the surface. You start teaching that your thesis to someone. Maybe nobody is sitting, but you speak loudly in a manner that you're teaching this research to somebody.
Yes.
And that will pinpoint each and every error in that.
So Ms. Libby is asking that how we can improve our skill set as a student who are very new to conduct the research. I think that 6-month program, when you enroll for any kind of PhD, then the 6 months program is very, very helpful to clarify all the doubts as far as research is concerned. So your views on this?
People take this coursework as a formality of passing it. So
Okay.
that is the most happening time. If you are able to develop, read more, that is one skill which is required. If you are not reading much, obviously your all your ideas are going to be shallow. So you need certain material on which you can think further. So that is one skill of reading as much as possible. You read in first 6 months about your topic. And that is one skill which is very, very important. And maybe in your, I did my PhD from IIT Delhi. We were having advantage. 6-7 scholars were working in the same area, same domain kind of thing. And we used to discuss up to 10 p.m. also, 3-4 hours we used to discuss among ourselves. And during that time, we learned several tools also during that time. So in a research, that is very important that you discuss, you read, and you learn more tools. That if you learn more tools, your research is going to be highly more impactful.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Garg, for enlightening us on such an important topic, wherein you have highlighted objectives of research, relation between two or more attributes, grouping of variables, purpose of research, components and approaches of research, and especially skills required while conducting the research, like communication, data analysis, problem solving, and writing a report. We are so thankful to you for sparing your time today, sir.
I'm thankful to all the participants.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Over to you, Dr.
Moving on to our next session, our next speaker is Professor Sanjay Kumar Jha, a widely acclaimed linguist who is currently serving Amity University, Haryana as Director of Liberal Arts, Head of Amity Center for Sanskrit and Indic Studies, and Chairperson of North India's Karmic Linguistic Association. Professor Jha is the product of University of Mumbai, Deccan College, Pune, and University of California, USA, for his core specialization in applied linguistics. Professor Jha has started his professional career as research scientist from Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, where he worked on 2 prestigious machine translation projects called Universal Networking Language of United Nations University, Tokyo, and the WordNet project of Ministry of Information Technology, Government of India. Professor Jha has taught in several premier universities of Africa like Garionis University, Libya, Haramaya University, Ethiopia, etc. He has so far published 115 research papers, 5 books, and 10 book chapters. He is also the chief editor of 3 international journals and he knows 10 Indian languages and speaks 5 foreign languages. Being the recipient of 15 prestigious awards, Professor Jha is an institution builder, a passionate researcher, a charismatic orator, a shrewd thinker, a philanthropist, a sharp debater of language pedagogy, nationalism, social issues, peace, and human values. So may I now call upon Professor Dr. S.K. Jha to share his valuable words.
Thank you and welcome, Professor Jha. You are absolutely looking very fresh. And thank you for your giving your time today, as we know that you are very busy and you have some more other activities. But we are so happy that you are here on this platform to share your deep knowledge as far as research is concerned. Welcome you, Professor Jha.
Thank you, Dr. Vij and Dr. Parijat, for such a very comprehensive, introduction. Well, first of all, let me confirm that my slide is visible to all of you.
Yes, it's visible.
It's visible. Is it in, full screen mode or
No, not yet, not
Not
yet.
yet.
full screen? करो ना। रुक जा, हो जाएगा। हुआ नहीं है अभी। फिर से करो। फिर से। I hope it has come now.
Yes, now it is on full screen. We can see it.
Well, okay. Well, a very good morning to one and all present on this virtual platform of Amity University. Well, the idea of doing this presentation came just a few weeks ago,
Can you increase little voice, Professor Jha? Little voice.
What now?
Yes, little better. Yes, sir, better.
What is resounding for me? I just okay. I hope it's better now. Am I audible?
You have to little increase your, I think this voice is very less.
So shall I use straight my speaker of my laptop?
Now, please tell
Yes,
me.
yes, perfectly fine.
Okay, so let me remove this.
Yes.
So I was saying that the idea of doing this presentation came just a few weeks ago, when Dr. Vij asked me to share some innovative, views on research for this FDP. At first, I was at a loss what to talk about because thousands of books are available, online in terms of like doing research, writing research, publishing research. But then I was reminded of, some research articles which we could not publish recently in our, 3 in-house journals. Not because they were not original works, but, because they were not well structured and well written, I would say. According to the guidelines of any research journals, a research paper is expected to be written in a structured manner. And almost all the good journals give you one tab called instructions to authors, or what you call submission guidelines. But the irony is most of us do not read it and submit our papers in a haphazard manner. So here I can show you some mistakes that our budding researchers make, in their manuscripts. Yeah. So if you see, the research question is not specified as a byproduct of your, research gap. Then the aim of the paper is also vague. Then the structure of the paper is chaotic, as we often see that your methods are described in the results section and things are not well placed, I will say. Then the paper may, exceeds the maximum number of words allowed. Then the introduction is an extensive review of the literature. That is another issue, Then methods, interventions, and instruments are not described, in sufficient detail. Then unwanted tables are provided for results that do not, relate to the main research question. Then in the introduction and discussion, key arguments are not backed up by appropriate references. Then references are out of date or cannot be accessed by most readers.
then the discussion does not provide an answer, to research question. The paper is written in poor English. So these are some of the issues, which your reviewers, face when they look at your papers. So these are the concerns, that prompted me to make this presentation and talk about, what should be the right structure, right length, and right language for a good research paper to be published in good journals. So here, unlike Professor Garg, I will not be, discussing how to do research, rather how to write a good research paper, So that is very, very focused concern. Well, before I touch upon the aspects of, desirable structure, length, and language of your research paper, let me first, set the tone of this presentation by understanding how how knowledge or world knowledge is transformed into research. So there are many sources of, knowledge or knowing things. First is traditional knowledge, which is something that we require or acquire, from our near and dear ones, from our forefathers, from our community, and so on, over a long period of time. Such a knowledge is believed to be correct because it is repeated with assertions. When you hear the same thing again and again, you start believing that information to be true. But it often has problems. For instance, people for thousands of years believed that the earth was flat. But with the passing of time, the belief got changed. Similarly, there are several traditional knowledge that changed, over the period of time. So, and will change also in time to come. Second, we meet authoritative knowledge. What is authoritative knowledge? Is the knowledge that we get from experts. For instance, the big, business tycoon Warren Buffett, if he says today that the start of the new millennium would see a major decline in the stock market, all the investors will take, this prediction to be true and will plan their investment strategy accordingly. So, like traditional knowledge, authoritative knowledge can also be risky. No matter how credential such knowledge are, they often mislead us, because they are doctored or distorted with some vested interest. In addition to traditional and authoritative knowledge, we have two more sources of knowledge. One is common sense and the other is intuition. Well, common sense is your knowledge that you gain from your personal experiences. Yet, personal experience is not the best basis, for generalized knowledge. Next is intuition, which refers to a way of knowing that operates, on your gut feelings without the use of intellect. So intuition can be a powerful source of information, even sometimes a real lifesaver. But many a time we have experienced in our life, that intuition-based knowledge can be okay, but they are again, deprived of, what you call, evidence or facts. So all these four sources of knowledge are, alike in that, none of them are error-free ways of knowing. But there is one way of knowing that is different from, traditional or authoritative or, common sense or intuition-based knowledge, and that is science. So science or scientific knowledge requires evidence or empirical evidence to support what you say or believe. And this is where we come in research. In research, it not only considers your scientific knowledge with, minimum errors. The reason I gave you this backdrop of, 5 types of knowledge was to make you realize that while writing your research paper, you need to pen down or write your research in a very, very formal or prescriptive manner without adding any flavor of traditional, authoritative, common sense, or intuition-based knowledge in your writing. Next, I'll move further and I'll take you to the next slide. Yes. So moving further, as seen in this visual, it has been found that the success of a paper being published depends up to 55% on matter or substance of your research in terms of originality, novelty, proper use of data gathering tools, methods of data analysis, and the overall findings. But remaining 45% is judged for whether your paper is written in proper manner or not. So here, manner includes three key, components, namely structure, length, and language of your research paper. And that is what we are going to discuss in the remaining, I think, 35 minutes using 5 pointers. Whatever I'll talk about, it will have, 5 points. So let's look first, at the desirable structure that shows also the length in terms of desired page, paragraphs, lines, and words. I will take you to the next slide. Yes, here you are. Well, this slide is very important. I hope it's visible to all of you. So this gives you a glimpse of what should be, what should be the structure of your research paper, And as you see here, it has very clearly specified the length of your, title, your introduction, background of the study. It has written very clearly, because many a time, we start writing and it exceeds the limit of the journal, So I need not, read out all the, components and their length. I hope I can stay here for hardly, 30 seconds. Maybe if somebody wants to note down, one may. Otherwise, you can just have a pic of this, or maybe I can share this screen, later on with Dr. Vij. Well,
this is very important slide. Definitely, I would like to take a click of this, and I will definitely going to share the slides with all the participants.
It describes you, like what should be the size, or in terms of page, in terms of paragraph, in terms of words, things of that sort.
Absolutely, very crisp and gist of the research.
So if you allow, then I will move to the next slide. I will take each and every component one by one, okay, using 5 pointers. So first we will move to the title. Even just now, Dr. Garg was telling all of you that your title, should not be very clumsy, he said. He was absolutely right. And we start with this, like, write your title in not more than 12 words. So the reason of having, shorter title is twofold. Firstly, most of the readers get distracted halfway while reading a long title and fail to understand the aims and objectives of your study. Secondly, shorter title also fetches, more search on Google and citations of your research work. But if your title is too big, I don't think, people will be able to find your work and quote your work. And the second point is, let the aim of your study reflect in your title and show relationship between variables. For instance, effects of online teaching on mental well-being of children. If I say, if this is your title, effects of online teaching on mental well-being of children. So here, online teaching is the independent variable and the mental well-being is your dependent variable. So your variables should also be mentioned somewhere in your title. This is what I mean here. Then let your title be interesting but free from any ambiguity. For this, create a positive impression, that could evoke, interest in readers. If our title is not free from ambiguities, ambiguity is nothing but, multiple interpretations of one expression, So it might convey, wrong expectations from your research. So for this, you need to use, the keywords or concepts to make your readers understand what you studied. So it should give clear image of the study. The fourth one says that do not use specific phrases in your title, such as a study to investigate, a review of blah, blah, a report on blah, blah. So these phrases are too obvious and generally unnecessary. And the last point for title, the fifth one, because I'll be using 5 pointers for all the components. So last one says that avoid using unpopular jargons or abbreviations in title. Well, moving further, there are many slides. That's why I'll have to rush through these slides, Dr. Vij. So maybe we can have next round of what do you call a session on this, especially on research paper writing, in which I can give more examples.
Okay.
So abstract, if you see the 5 pointers of abstract, it says that an abstract should not exceed 250 words in length. Then an abstract should ideally begin with rationale behind the study, followed by your hypothesis or objectives of the study. Then the third line of your abstract should also briefly talk about methods of data collection and data analysis. The fourth line of your abstract should mention 3 key findings of the study in 2 to 3 lines. Then an abstract should also talk about the significance of the study. So this is your abstract part, which should be written in not more than 250 words. Well, then I'll move to the next component, that is introduction. This is the major component. Introduction is something that arouses, readers' appetite to read further. Hence, here are 5 pointers that one needs to keep in mind while writing a research paper. Number 1 is write your introduction in 1 paragraph of 4 to 5 lines. This is especially for, introductory paragraph. Under introduction, you will have 3 to 4 paragraphs, but I'm just giving you this information for introductory paragraph, which should be of 4 to 5 lines. And the next is write the next 2 lines with some theoretical underpinning and justification for the research. Then the third line of your introductory paragraph should talk about the aim, goals, and objectives of your research. The fourth line should state the significance of your research. Then the last one, the fifth line of your intro paragraph as valid justification of the set objectives. Thereafter, we shall move to the next component, that is background of the study. Again, you have 5 pointers. Sorry. Well, so the first point says that write briefly about past and present relevant studies. By the way, let me firstly clarify the misconceptions that people harbor between background of the study and literature review. Many of us confuse between background of the study and literature review. Let me draw a line between this. The background of a study is written to state the significance of your research, while the literature review is written to evaluate the progress of knowledge in your research area. While the background is written in a short and concise manner, the literature review is relatively detailed, although it should be focused on only that literature that is needed to provide context and motivation for your research question. So both of them eventually lead readers to gaps in research that have remained unaddressed. So in research paper, normally we give background. We avoid giving literature review or the detailed literature. Okay, so the second point says that write a few lines about how your work relates to the existing works. The third one says that let the background appear in comparative, chronological, theoretical, and thematic manner. Well, maybe I can shed more light on this. The third point later on, if required, if somebody fails to understand this, then I can elaborate this later on. Let me proceed to the fourth point, is percolate your background information to writing your research gaps. So here you need to tell your readers what is lacking in the current knowledge. And fifth one is operationalize any key terms and concepts that led you to develop your conceptual or theoretical framework of your research. Okay, so add your own perspectives and interpretations to draw connections, comparisons, and contrasts. Well, then I'll move further. Yeah, statement of the problem. Well, if you see statement of the problem, just a moment. Yeah. Well, it also has 5 pointers. First is write your SOP in not more than 2 lines. Write your SOP as a byproduct of your research gap. Write a sentence describing ideal and existing state, then articulate the current or how the current situation lacks desired goal, and write some ways to improve the identified problems. So this is something we should be mentioned as part of your statement of the problem. Well, moving further, we have research objectives. Well, write your objectives in terms of how rather than what. Aims and objectives are foundation on which the entire project is constructed. So they need to be very, very sturdy and durable. Next point is write your objectives using strong verbs and avoid using weak verbs. What is this strong and weak verbs? Strong verbs are like, if somebody has studied Bloom's taxonomy, they will find there, these list of strong and weak verbs. Strong verbs are like, collect, construct, classify, develop, devise, measure, produce, revise, select, synthesize, design, test, trial, document, pilot, deconstruct, analyze. All these are, strong words. So if you just use 2 before these, strong verbs, it will help set your, objectives accordingly, whatever your requirement is there, Then avoid using weak verbs. So what are these weak verbs? Because recently we had 3-4, research viva, PhD viva, and I found many of them, had used weak verbs, So try to avoid weak verbs like to study, to understand, to know, to learn, to inquire, to consider, to appreciate, and things of that sort. Then next pointer says that use the first word of objective in gerund form or infinitive form. So your objective should start either in gerund form, that is ing form. Like if I say, analyze, if that is your keyword, then it should come either in the form of gerund like analyzing or to analyze. Then use active sentences in bullet or numbered forms. So these are very small things, but I have seen many of our researchers, especially where I work, they often make this kind of mistakes, so these things should be avoided. Then last one says that the write your objectives in relation to aims and the statement of the problem. So for example, if the statement of the problem is poor performance of students, then one of the objectives could be assessing the competence of teachers, and things like that you can frame, depending on your research gap. Well, next I shall move to research questions. Yeah. Well, as you see here, the research questions should always be, spelled out in specific manner and not merely left for the reader to guess what it will mean, Therefore, the research questions are the central, organizing principle of your paper. In this regard, here you have 5 pointers to keep in mind while writing your research questions. So the first one is ensure that your research questions mirror your research objectives. Your research questions will be the mirror of your research objectives. So you have to frame accordingly. It should conform to your research objectives. The second pointer says that use preferably WH question words like what, how, and why. Because if you write something like, do, does, did in the beginning, or if you use any auxiliary verbs in the beginning, maybe the answer will be in the form of yes or no. So your research is not in the form of yes or no. You have to elaborate your concern. So that's why it should be written with WH words. So write your research questions in a complex and arguable form. This is what I mean in the previous pointer also. Then do not frame more than 3 research questions. So that is again a kind of suggestion that if you set more research questions, maybe your research will be too bulky to respond to. Then write your research questions clearly and with focus. With these specifications, I'll move to the next one, that is significance of the study. So how to write significance of the study, or what to write in significance of the study. So as you see here, the first point says that write your significance of the study concisely in 1 paragraph of 5 sentences. Again, see, you have a limit of 5 sentences or 5 lines for your significance of the study component. Then mention categorically if your research is pioneering in nature. If others had not explored in their studies what you have done, then you should boldly write that your research has made a pioneering attempt or effort to explore or analyze the problem under discussion. Then the third one is write your readers why your research deserved investigation. This is again very important. Then fourth point is write your study's novelty and contributions to the field. Again, very important to be mentioned as part of your what you call significance of the study. And the last 2 sentences of your significance of study should pinpoint on utility of who will be, specific beneficiaries of your study. The beneficiary can be other researchers, institutions, society, community, and anybody, those who are interested in that kind of research. Then next is the limitations of the study. Well, this is also required to be mentioned as part of your research paper. So it says that write 1 para on limitations of study at the end of your introduction. Okay. Write your limitations in terms of time, resources, and generalizability. Then add some causes of limitations also under your limitations. Then state if any bias or skewed findings were there. So that can also be mentioned. Okay. And the last one is describe how your limitations may lead to future research. So these things need to be mentioned as part of your limitations of the study. Then comes very important segment, that is methodology. Well, write methodology section in 1 page with 4 paragraphs. Again, you have this restriction or limitation or suggestion or prescription. So let the first para or paragraph state research design, settings, and sampling. Whatever methods of you have used for sample and sampling techniques, whatever research settings you had worked in, then whatever the types of research design you have used. So those things need to be mentioned in your first paragraph. And the second paragraph should state methods of data collection, which will vary as per your research. If your research is qualitative in nature, definitely your methods of data collection will be different from the methods used in your quantitative research. Then the third paragraph should talk about methods of data analysis. I'll slightly elaborate it in the coming slides. And the fourth paragraph should state methodological limitations, if any. because sometimes, we have limitations of, using any particular method of, data collection or analysis for lack of knowledge, So if you had that sort of, situation, that can also be mentioned at the end of your methodology part, Well, moving further, then we have methods of data collection. This is very important, in which the first suggestion is write your methods of data collection or MDC in one para of 5 lines. So what will be there in your 5 lines, so that you can see? It says that justify the adopted methods in relation to your research questions, in which you are supposed to tell your readers, the sources of your data collection in terms of, whether it was collected through primary source or secondary source or both. You should also write about the nature or types of data in terms of whether it was qualitative or quantitative. If you have done data collection for qualitative research, you should write about the major methods of data collection, such as individual interviews, focus groups, observations. So these are different, methods of data collection. So whatever you have used, you need to mention as part of, methods of data collection. So in case of like quantitative research, researchers normally use 2 types of, methods of data collections, which I'll come slightly later. But as you know that we have, things like, mean, median, mode, percentage, frequency, range. So these are the things which can be, included, as part of your data collection and analysis, Then your third pointer says that write 1 line about triangulation of your methods of data collection. Well, what is this triangulation, by the way? Any idea? Anybody can reflect on this? What is triangulation? Dr. Viz, you are muted.
Yes, participants, kindly answer.
Yeah. It expects you to, write 1 line about triangulation when you write methods of data collection. See, if a research, somebody was trying to say something.
No. I think you can write it on the chat box also, participants. Please write it on the chat box. Yeah.
Not a problem. So if a research has used triangulation of data, it must be mentioned, because it is aimed at, cross-checking. Okay. I'm repeating, it is aimed at cross-checking the validity of the collected responses from the respondents. For example, if you collect certain responses, from questionnaire. So this is our obligation, that I should, check the similar questions through other methods of data collection, like, interview, like observation.
Dr. Astik Mishra has written that it is about collecting data from multiple sources to justify. Absolutely.
Is absolutely. So why are we, trying to collect from multiple, methods? Because, we want to ascertain, we want to ensure that are we getting the similar responses? If not, then there is something wrong. And what is wrong? So that also we will see. Like, the 4th point, it says that write a line on minimizing Hawthorne effect in MDC. What is Hawthorne effect again? Hawthorne is, by the way, name of the person or the researcher who had introduced this concept. So Hawthorne effect is a type of change in natural responses in which individuals modify their behaviors and responses due to the awareness of being observed by the researchers. So your respondents may not feel comfortable. He or she may change, their responses. So that is, so how to minimize that kind of, change in the behavior or in the responses. So for that, what we do, we try to minimize Hawthorne effect. Because if your respondents give you any response or reply, be reliable. So we have to think, like sometimes we say that we should go for, participant observations, in which we, befriend with our respondents or subjects or participants, over a long period of time. Then we try to elicit the facts. So these are the things which are used, but this is something which is beyond the domain of our present discussion, because I'm not here to tell you right now how to do research. I'm here just to tell you that when you write these components, you should talk about that you had done this or that to minimize this effect, or you had also done triangulation. So these things should be there while writing your research paper.
Professor Jha, let me really say that I found your session most useful and precise and accurate. And you are absolutely right that in the days of digital world now, we need to communicate precisely, like not more than one paragraph on this or one page on this. I think this is very important. And also this will improve our communication skills. But the point which you are making about the data collection and methodology of data analysis relates to what we call research integrity. Often people do not disclose the limitations of the data which they have collected. It may be relating to one particular cohort. It may be relating to one particular geographical area. It may be relating to a particular group of people. But we need to now, I think, be very careful, especially in humanities, social sciences, and also research relating to trade, commerce, and management. When we analyze the data, I think it's very important to keep the integrity of the data, the reliability of data in mind, and also, in fact, the accuracy with which we can draw the conclusions from it. So I think from that point of view, yes, methodology of data collection as well as analysis is important, and we need to surely, without fail, highlight the limitations of the data that we have used, or even limitations of the tools which we have used for data analysis. Unless that is done, I tell you, we shall continue to perhaps be more optimistic about our own research without knowing the limitation that research may have. And today in the world, I think they are giving a lot of importance to research integrity now, apart from research quality. And research integrity revolves around information integrity, information reliability, data analytical tools reliability, and the accuracy with which the conclusions are drawn and the limitations of those conclusions. All these form a very important aspect, apart from, of course, quoting the source as precisely as it is required. Nowadays, I think you must have seen that in many of the journals now, they are saying that if you want to quote this particular, cite this particular paper, the method of citing the paper is like this. So you have to conform to that also, so that
Absolutely.
entire information comes out, like not only just the year and name of the journal, but also the volume number and the page number precisely on which that information exists, apart from the author and so on. So now people are moving towards a kind of more standardized method by which you are able to cite each other's work and utilize it. So I think all these are very, very important. I'm really happy. Dr. Sanjana, आप तो कमाल कर रहे हो. आपके सारे स्पीकर ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है काफी कुछ खोज की चीजें लाए हैं लोगों को बताने के लिए.
Lenny sir, Professor Jha has really given a crisp pointers to conduct the research. Anyone can have these pointers in front of them while doing the research, and it will be very, very easy for anyone to do the research.
More, Dr. Sanjana, and not just conducting research. I'm more focused on writing your research paper. So these are things which should be mentioned as part of your research paper. Otherwise, they face rejection, most of the time.
Yes.
Also, a line in acknowledgement also of the institution where you have carried out your research, or the associates with whom you have worked, or associated organizations whose facilities you have utilized. All these are becoming important. Now, no harm in extending actually our great expression of gratitude, in fact, in our publication. Often we forget to really thank those who supported us by using their instrumentation or their lab facilities, or support extended to us for collaborating with us and all. So all these are also now becoming very, very important aspects.
Sir, Ms. Ashtik Mishra is writing, respected sir and ma'am, I am only a research scholar, learning from all of you, hoping to become doctor in my nearby days. Definitely, Ms. Mishra, you will definitely become doctor very soon because you have-
Respected madam, I am only a research scholar learning from all of you, happen to become doctor in nearby days. That's a great idea. Why you say you are only a research scholar? You are a great research scholar because you are contributing to the body of knowledge, and that to original knowledge that you have worked out. And Professor Jha has already said, identify the novelty in your work so that you are able to take it further to the level of patenting or copywriting or claiming IPR out of it. Very good. So, Ashit
Sir, you have made valid points, sir.
Astik Mishra.
Astik.
Astik Mishra, which means someone who has faith in God. That's very good. And thanks God Almighty also for giving us this life to make profound contribution to knowledge creation and knowledge generation. That's really great.
Thank
Very
you so
good.
much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your very, very insightful deliberations, sir. And definitely Astik Mishra and others, because, my presentation, today's presentation is specifically, meant for budding researchers, not for veteran researchers. So I think they will be getting more benefit.
ऐसा नहीं है. The sermons you have given, they are valid for everybody, no matter at what level of maturity they are, because it's very important for each one of us to understand what is required today. Because today is very different, but we are in a new age now, which requires precise, accurate interpretation and also acknowledgement of the source. And at the same time, we must be very careful about highlighting the limitations. So I think what you said is absolutely right. It applied for all, including the vice chancellors of the university, who also often dare to guide the thesis and research. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, sir. Thank you so much. We
Well,
have many questions also, but we will take these questions once you complete your slide, Professor.
Yeah,
Jha.
I'll be quickly finishing in 5 minutes.
एक बात और बता दीजिए झा साहब इन सबको कि this is your thesis, this is your research, which means of the scholar's research. So every research scholar must be careful what he or she is writing in the thesis is her own or his own research. मुझे याद है IIT में एग्जामिनेशन हो रहा था PhD का, तो एग्जामिनर ने थोड़ा टफ सवाल पूछा, तो स्कॉलर कहता है ये सवाल तो मेरे आप सुपरवाइजर से पूछिए कि उन्होंने मुझे इतना डिफिकल्ट टॉपिक क्यों दिया. बताइए, थीसिस आपकी है, PhD आपको मिल रही, सुपरवाइजर्स क्यों पूछेंगे. ऐसे किसी ने कहा कि भाई जरा आधे मिनट के अंदर इस सवाल का जवाब दीजिए. बोला कि अगर इतना सिंपल होता तो मैं 3 साल PhD क्यों करता. तो ये नहीं, मतलब you have to express in half a minute what you have worked out in 3 years. So that kind of response should come from the research scholar. But I'm sure the participants here are far more wiser than the examples I have quoted of 30 years back actually at IIT Delhi.
Right. Absolutely, sir. Okay, so moving further, we have methods of data analysis. So after writing about your methods of data collection, you move to writing the most important component of your research, that is data analysis. So if your data analysis is not accurate and appropriate, your findings will not be authentic, generalizable, applicable, or actionable. Therefore, while writing your methods of data analysis, you are supposed to ask yourself first, why did you collect your data? Then tell your readers what you did with your collected data, or how did you process or analyze your raw data to answer your research questions. Then next pointer is write the names of MDA or methods of data analysis used in your study. To be more precise, here you should write about which were the prime methods of your data analysis. For instance, if your research was qualitative, you should write about which methods of data analysis did you use to analyze your coded data. So in case of qualitative research, we normally use 5 types of methods of data analysis, namely content analysis, narrative analysis, discourse analysis, or grounded theory. So we need to be aware of these methods of data analysis, because I often see in most of my researchers over here, they are not at all aware of these, methods of data analysis, and they don't use it at all. So that is a big concern, which we can discuss later on. Then next point is, write how main themes were identified and coded. So to be more precise, here you should write about how did you classify responses which you got from your respondents under the main themes? How did you codify or assign codes to the main themes? How did you integrate themes and responses into the text of your report? Then fourth pointer, it says that write about how responses were classified. So some people, while discussing the main themes that emerged from their study, they use, verbatim responses as it is, to keep the feel of the responses. So there are others who count how frequently a theme has occurred and then provide a sample of the responses. So it entirely depends upon the way you want to communicate the findings to your readers. And the last pointer for this methods of data analysis is, write about any bias or flaws or limitations in your analysis. Well, moving further, we have results and discussion, under which we again have 5 pointers. So the first one, it says that write your results and discussion in 2 to 3 pages. I'm again giving you this limitation that it should not exceed 2 to 3 pages to present your findings. Then write your findings and observations in 3 paragraphs under results. This R stands for results. Then use textual explanation to support your table, figures, and diagrams. Then interpret your findings in 2 to 3 paragraphs under discussion section. That is, D is for discussion. And add your final comments, if any. So these are a few instructions for your section called results and discussion. And the last part is your conclusion. Well, write your conclusion section in 1 page with 3 paragraphs. The first paragraph should contain the summary of key findings in response to your research questions. Then the second paragraph should talk about, implications in terms of how your findings can be useful for further research. Then you can also talk about policy making and practices. Then the third paragraph should talk about scope of future research or way forwards. Then lastly, you can write a paragraph on recommendations, either from remedial perspective or from any specific course of action if you have for future research. And the last point is your reference. Well, as Honorable VC sir was telling us that many a time, we do not, quote or cite references properly. So as far as the last section called reference or bibliography is concerned, there are 4 widely used, rather I will say 5 widely used referencing styles. And here you need to follow the guidelines given by journals, as their styles, will differ. Some may ask you to write in APA format or APA style. APA is nothing but, American Psychological Association. Or somebody may ask you to write in MLA format. What is MLA? MLA is Modern Languages Association style. Some may even ask you to write in Harvard style or Chicago style. Some may even ask you to write your references in MHRA style. MHRA stands for Modern Humanities Research Association. So these are the descriptions which I have shared with you, because time is running short, so I'll have to wind up here. So I hope this presentation has helped you understand the distinction between these different elements of your research under the heading called structure of your research. And my last point is proofread thoroughly your literature review and the entire draft of your research or research paper. And for this you can also use many editors are available these days. You can make your own editing also, supported by many softwares. So I think I need not, Dr. Vij, if you do I have time
There are
to?
a few questions, sir. There are a few questions directed towards you. The first question is by Ms. Libby Das. She says, please enlighten on how to write an effective title while writing a research paper.
How to write an effective title?
Right. Yeah.
If Libby was present during this presentation, I think she must be aware of this thing, because I had discussed 5 pointers. I had discussed 5 pointers for title. Like I said that write your title, first of all, in not more than 12 words, then let the aim of your study reflect in your title. So I had elaborated then, that like when you write your title, it should have relationship between whatever variables you have decided to measure or study. So you have to design your title in such a manner that could, have your main aims and objectives with those variables. Then I also said that your title should be interesting and free from ambiguity. I had also said that do not use non-specific phrases in your title. So these things are there, and not only these things, you can find a number of suggestions, instructions on how to write a very good title. Today's presentation, I was just thinking of incorporating some examples also, but because of time constraints, I could not show you those examples. Maybe God willing, in our next presentation we will have more examples for these instructions or pointers. Yes, Libby.
Thank you for your answer, sir. I hope Libby has got her answer. Dr. Asim says, thanks for such a meticulous talk. He also has posted a question along with it. Please elaborate more on Hawthorne effect, particularly in scientific data compilation.
Well, Hawthorne effect, as I said, that it is all about, minimizing your Hawthorne effect. It is nothing but, to avoid, or you can say that this is aimed to collect, natural responses. So how can you collect natural responses from your respondents or participants or subjects? For that, we have to, have some space with our participants. This is what I said. But if you are in quantitative research, I think maybe, you can devise some other mechanism, because the bottom line here is to have authentic responses. And how to get authentic responses, for that, you have to use your rationale, how your respondents can be authentic or more credible in giving responses. And in terms of how, well, that is again a matter of, doing research, We are right now here, writing research, not doing research, So I had drawn this line, in the very beginning, because if we discuss Hawthorne effect or minimizing the ways of minimizing, Hawthorne effect, so it can be entire session, in itself, So definitely my email is there with the organizer, and definitely I would like to elaborate on those points personally also through correspondence or email. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Ravideep Kaur asks you to give an example of a perfect research paper layout. That would be helpful, he's saying. And
yes, that is a very, very, very important thing she has asked for. But definitely, I will share that, one specimen. I'll share that specimen. Yeah. Right now, it is not.
Asks you to please share an example for review article, if you can.
Yes, the same question she's also asking. They want, some specimen of a good article, which, contains all these, prescriptions. We will do that, because due to time constraints, it was not possible for me to show all the examples. It would have taken, more than 2 hours, But we will do that in a separate workshop.
I think the question is good. In future, I think we could keep connect what you call the link ready. This is a good idea to show a perfect example so that they appreciate how well it is formatted, how well it is written. Maybe a few critical sentences could be highlighted to suggest how impactful the expression is. But one of the points which I thought I must mention at this point, Professor Jha,
Yes.
I found that the style of writing the research paper varies from country to country.
Right.
A country like India, we are more journalistic in our approach. In America, I found they are more specific in their approach. They even say in my research paper.
Mm-hmm.
They don't say our research. Our word they don't use.
They are more personal. Yeah.
And they go straight to the problem.
Mm-hmm.
And they are very specific about what they are doing and what contribution they are making. As against often quite a generalistic view, which we often tend to take to remain safe. So I think our researchers now must burn their fingers by jumping into the fray themselves and write about with confidence what exactly they are trying to dig out, how they are going about it, and what have they done, and what conclusion they themselves have drawn from it. So by this kind of a change of style and approach, I'm sure we'll become more courageous and more victorious, of course, and we'll be able to win better ground for our research appreciation around the world. In terms of numbers now, India is quite comfortable in terms of number of publications, and we are gradually rising in citations and also in impact factor. But most important part is that the research must benefit us here in India to understand ourselves, our systems, our processes, and our models of analysis and models of development. And once we start looking at our research from the point of view of benefiting India, then we will create advantage India out of our research. And that is the purpose of research. Researchers in any country are not working for the whole of the world. They are working for their country. In turn, their universal application of their research also is there. But their primary focus is to see what can they do for their own country.
Right.
Dr. Ajay Kumar Bhatt says very enriching and knowledge enhancing session. Thank you, sir. And a lot of other people are thanking you for such a elaborative session.
No. Thanks to all of them. Thanks to all of them. And next time I'll come up with more examples, concrete examples. And I'll request Dr. Viz to give me more time. Today, she had given me only 45 minutes. So accordingly, I had prepared my presentation.
Sure, Dr. Jha, as participants is liking your presentation too much, next time we will give you 2 hours time to elaborate more on research parameters. And today also you have very beautifully given crisp points. In fact, they are the pointers like mistakes found in the research write-up. That was an excellent slide. And then you have also highlighted the background of the study, how it should be, how the statement of the problem should be formed, significance of the study, methodology, methods and data collection, data analysis. So all pointers you have beautifully shown through your presentation. Thank you so much.
For the benefit of the participant, I may add that Professor Jha is one of the toughest person we have. In fact, in our professorship here at Amity University, ये तो perfectionist हैं. He expects really you to be most sincerely devoted. और दुनिया के कई देशों में प्रोफेसर झा साहब ने काम किया है. He carries forward the global standards as well as global vision for research and development. We are so happy to have you, Professor Jha, in our university. And thank you for sharing your valuable insight for quality research, impactful research, and impactful publication. Thank you.
Dear participants, we are definitely going to share this PowerPoint presentation, which is so effective, to each and everyone. I will post it on the chat box, or maybe I will send you through mail. Thank you, Professor Jha, for being with us today.
Thank you.
Yes, over to you, Dr. Parijat.
Jha साहब, लास्ट में जरा वो बताइए आपके मनोभाव, how it relate to good quality researchers, how they can multiply their clan actually of highly sincere, devoted, and greatly committed research scholars of integrity for tomorrow's world. how would Manur Bhava become their watchword or their mantra?
Yeah, this is something, sir, we can again relate in our research domain also, because first of all, it will make us, ethical researcher. Because when we talk about Manur Bhava, it talks about various qualities of our life related to different domains or various domains. So as part of education, definitely that can be related. And I feel that to be a good researcher, we have to be a good human also.
हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट नए हैं, आप पूरा मंत्र बता दीजिए जिससे समझ में आ जाए मनोर भव का मतलब क्या है.
Well, this mantra has come from Rig Vedas chapter 10 verse 6, and this is the last part of that mantra, which says that Manur Bhava Janya Devyang Janma. Manur Bhava Janya Devyang Janma means be human and create divine race. अगर हम इसको हिंदी में कहें तो आप मानव बने और एक दैवीय प्रजाति के मानव की उत्पत्ति करें जिसके अंदर दैवीय गुण हो. तो ये है उसका भाव, सर.
That means be a person of high research integrity and create a clan of people who
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
practice research integrity, research quality, and do not deviate from the path of truth and righteousness for research. Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Jha. We have our next resource speakers, eminent resource person with us, Dr. Anirban Das. Dr. Parijat, please take over.
Dr. Anirban Das is an associate professor in the Amity School of Applied Sciences at Amity University, Haryana. He is also a DST TARE fellow at the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. His interests are in catalysis, including chemical and photoelectrocatalysis, organometallics, kinetics, and nanotechnology. He obtained a BSc Chemistry Honors degree from Delhi University and an MSc degree in chemistry from University of Toledo, Ohio, a PhD degree in inorganic chemistry from the University of Idaho. Therefore, he also held a postdoctoral position at Northwestern University, University of California, and at the Wayne State University. He was a CSIR pool scientist at IIT Delhi before joining Amity University. He has 23 publications in reputed journals. He is a member of the American Chemical Society and the Royal Society of Chemistry. May I now call upon Dr. Anirban Das to say a few
Anirban Das is our
words.
very serious and very sincere research professor here at our university. From what has been read out, you will clearly understand that our focus of faculty selection here in Amity University is on those who are not only outstanding researchers but have great experience of taking their research further through postdoctoral fellowships in India and abroad. And Dr. Anirban Das is a perfect example of that. We are very proud of you, Dr. Das. Go ahead and share your eminence with our participants.
Thank you, sir.
Very warm welcome to you, Dr. Anirban Das.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you, VC sir, for the kind words. Thank you, ma'am, for the invitation. And I'll just share my screen now. Screen. Share. Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, visible.
Okay, so is it okay? Okay, now wait. Okay, so first of all, I thank Vice Chancellor sir for this kind invitation, and I thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity. So this is supposed to be a discussion, but I still prepared some slides, to keep the participants engaged, and it will be, I'll like it more of a discussion, and feel free to interrupt me whenever you think it's appropriate. So we have to talk about the innovative methods, skills, challenges in the research ecosystem and data analysis. So before we talk about all this, first of all, I'll talk about what is a research ecosystem. So by research, next slide, you see, next. Okay. So I'll say, let me start with, a myth or a fact. So 20 or maybe 30 years ago, if you would say a garage innovator, two guys working in a garage can change the world, people can, accept it. But in today's world, I don't think that is any longer possible. Okay. Because modern innovators, for the modern innovators to work successfully, a team is a must. Okay. So modern innovation requires many types of expertise. It requires expertise not only from science, technology, but also it requires expertise from financiers, consultants, designers. So to have everybody or all of these facilities at one place, we need what we call a research ecosystem. So, at the national level, let us look at what we have at the national level. Okay. So this is an example of a research ecosystem at a national level. So what do we have at the bottom? The people that we absolute need is the talent. Okay. We need world-class innovators. Okay. We need an adaptable workforce. Okay. We need science and engineering skills in terms of education, in terms of, the basic knowledge. Okay. And it has to, for the people to stay and not have brain drain. Okay. We need to have some sort of a magnet for global talent. Means we need to have a culture, a society where talent is nurtured, talent is, given, due importance. Okay. Due recognition and due compensation for their efforts. So just having merely talent would not do. So we need investment. Okay. So investment in terms of organization that value long-term innovation. Then we need multiple disciplinary research. Okay. We need some early. Yeah. Hello, madam. Is there something? Okay. Okay. So, and then service sector. Okay. So just you can have a research facility, but in the middle of a jungle, and no services, there is no water, there is no electricity, so that will not work. So you need a service sector so that people can stay there, do their work. And then you need infrastructure. So, and then you need a legal framework. Anyway, so these are the basic things, and then you add together all this, and then you have, so the inputs to this are creativity, research, knowledge, and information. Okay. So you input this, and then you form, you have all you put in policy, strategy, and insight. Okay. And then you create an ecosystem. And what is the outcome of this ecosystem? You have growth in terms of GDP. You have more jobs. You have increased standard of living. You have wealth, and then you have a comparative advantage with the other countries. So this is what I would call a innovation ecosystem, and that all countries strive for. Okay, those who are interested, so they would strive for. Okay. Now so these are some of the examples that came out of a good ecosystem. Okay, why an ecosystem matters. So all of us use what we call a spectrophotometer. Okay, so, and people who are into sciences would know that earlier days data collection was a very tedious process, but nowadays in 1965 we have this fast Fourier transform. Okay, so fast Fourier transform actually revolutionized the way we collect data, and the way we collect, it's so quick. Okay, so it was done by the wait a minute, let me just okay, how do I go back? Previous. Okay, so army, I'm trying to move this up so that you can see the screen. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So okay, right now. So FA, fast Fourier transform. Okay, so this was developed by the Army Research Office funding. So that's a big organization, and so this is the US Army, by the way. So Army Research Office funding, they invented this method. Their funding, or their engineers, they invented this method. Then after that, you have this large scale integrated circuits. So that revolutionized the way computers that we see today are. Okay. And this was done by IBM, International Business Machines, and DARPA funding. DARPA is again US Army funding. So what DARPA funding is that what happens is they give a lot of money to a small group. Okay. But what should I say, the restriction is you have to produce quick results. So they will give you maybe $1 or $2 million and you for 1 year, and you have to produce quick results. And if you do not, they will just take the funding away and give it to somebody else. So it's like very quick. What should I say? A very quick way to produce. Produce. So DARPA funding in 1960s and 70s, the VSLI was invented. Okay. Then LCD, okay, liquid crystal display, the TVs that we see today. Okay, so they were found by the basic research from NIH, National Institutes of Health, National Science Foundation, Department of Defense. So so all of these organizations produce a create an ecosystem for research. Okay. And then the lithium ion battery, so it is ubiquitous now, your cell phones, your laptops, and whatnot, even your many of your electric vehicles. Okay, so it was found by the basic research found of DOE, Department of Energy. Okay. And then your micro hard drive storage. Micro hard drive storage means the USBs that you store. Okay, so many of you use pen drives for storage. So that was again the DOE, Department of Energy. So now all of this combined, okay, all this technology combined, they produced your iPod. Okay, and then this iPod, it produced many things else. But this is just an example how ecosystem produces the technology that we can use today, and it drives the, I would say, humanity forward. Okay, the fact that we can explore other planets, the fact that we can think of going to other planets. Okay, they all depend on this ecosystem. If this ecosystem was not there, if we were in some backward country in the Middle Ages, then we could not have thought about all this. Okay. So anyway, so that is why this ecosystem should be there. It is important. And so what is basically an ecosystem? It is like, you have a jungle ecosystem. So it's an evolving thing, means it is changing. Okay. There has to be a diversity. Okay. There has to be various different things. Okay. So by diversity, we mean interdisciplinary research. Okay, so I mean, nowadays you can think about a humanities problem can be solved by a method that is developed in statistics. Okay, that is interdisciplinary. The same method in statistics can be applied to solve a problem in astronomy or maybe physics or something else. So it has to be diverse and it has to be symbiotic. What do we mean by symbiosis? What we mean by symbiosis is that there is two-way traffic. Okay, so humanities problem will give you, it will give you inputs or foresights into your physics problem and vice versa. And obviously the ecosystem has to be, are usually complex, but they are self-organizing. Things take care of themselves. Okay, the system should be such that they take care of themselves and it is self-regulating. Okay, none of them, so each part keeps a check on the other part. And it has to adapt to the situation, adapt to times, and it should be resilient. Like, a small change should not just break up the ecosystem. It has to be resilient. Okay, so now in terms of, what should I say, in terms of more practical education terms of view, this is what there are four parts. We have education, and education means your basic basic education, higher education, vocational skills, and of all this you create a pool of quality workforce. Okay, so and then after education, what happens? Apne 12th ki degree kar li, BSc kar li, then you do research. So then there is fundamental research, there is applied research, and what do you produce? You produce doctorates, you produce patents. Okay, And through all this comes your innovation. Okay, so innovation means what? You have applied research, that is industrial collaborations, and you develop prototypes. Okay, prototypes development and testing, and then comes your industry. So from the prototype you have mass production. Okay, you have innovative products and services. So this is how, you know, this ecosystem is made, you know, like you have a small seed, the seed goes to a sapling, you know, maybe a bigger tree, and then, you know, it bears fruit. Okay, so this is how it grows. So this, so education will produce research, research will produce innovation, and then innovation is taken to industry where, you know, mankind can benefit. So this is how this ecosystem is set up. Okay, anyway, and need not to say there is a social aspect, there is interaction aspect, there is knowledge sharing. I'll not go into this, but let us go to the next slide. And I'll say that everything is related. Okay, so it is not an isolated system. All the parts are interacting with each other to be successful. Okay, so now you have to measure this also, you know, right? How whatever this innovation is produced by this ecosystem, you have to measure that. There are some means of measurement. One of the means of measurement is maybe, you know, how much money you spend. Okay, so that is one way of comparing the innovation ecosystem. Okay, this is one example. But there is a caveat. Okay, we have to pay attention to how we measure. Okay, so what we measure and how we measure. First of all, you know, what inputs that are going into this ecosystem. So what are the inputs we give? The inputs are human capital, financial capital, and intellectual capital. Okay, so after we give this inputs, some processes take place, right? So you give this input, you have educated people, you have money, and you have intellect. So all of this, so this by itself are of no use till you use them by some process. Okay, so these inputs are you know, transformed. Okay, these inputs are transformed into connective organizations, facilities, and they are regulated. So after all this, you know, all this process, you have to have some output. And what is that output? These output can be in terms of your patents produced, that is intellectual property, or they can be in terms of your startup firms. And then what is the overall aim? The overall aim is to improve the local economy or the national economy and the community. Okay, so that was about a bit of ecosystem. Now we talk about India in specific. Okay, so I hope you can see the whole screen, right? Or is this, shall I move this away, or is it
Sir,
fine?
it's perfectly visible.
Okay, thank you. So then, wait a minute. So there now I have now in the next few slides I have talked about India specific issues. Okay, so we talked about ecosystems, how ecosystems should be, and how we measure things. Now, what are, because you know, this the topic of this talk was challenges. Okay, so it was challenges in the research ecosystem. So I'll talk about challenges that we face in the Indian research ecosystem. Okay, so one is funding issues. Obviously, you know, this has been there. India is, you know, though it's on the top of the third world countries, but it is still a third world countries. So maybe we do not spend that much on funding in research as we should. Okay, so only point, these are 2020 figures. I mean, not too old. I mean, not the latest, but I think 2 years old figures. 0.82% of the gross domestic product is spent on research and development. Okay, now that is okay, but then the another problem is we have over dependence on the public sector, that is the government. Okay, so you know, most of the grants that you see, I mean, I'm talking from the science perspective because that is what I know best. So most of the grants that we see, you know, you talk to researchers, भैया grant लिख रहे हो, किसको लिख रहे हो? You DST को लिख रहे हो, या फिर you know आप इसको लिख रहे हो, what you know, the Department of Biotechnology को लिख रहे हो. Okay, so these are all government organizations. Okay, these are all government organizations. The private sector is not, I would say, maybe not that much, you know, they do not fund that much research. That is one of the problems in the research ecosystems in India. I mean, I have 2 grants, I mean 3 now. So one of them is DST and one of them is I have a grant from an American company. So an American company can grant money to do research at a private university in India. That is something. Okay. Whereas very few private companies in India would be willing to do that. So that is a problem. You know, the private sector spends you know, less money on it's willing to spend less money on research. I mean, there are I mean, it's a two-way issue. I mean, I would ask your opinion.
Anirban Das, I think it has improved and it's improving day by day. People
Yeah.
are recognizing the private universities are also doing well as far as research is concerned. So I think it is improving day by day, and days are not very far away when private universities will take over the government.
Yes, madam. My
And-
point is something else, madam. What I mean is the private industry is not willing to sponsor research.
Yes. of
So,
course.
I mean, it is not, yeah, universities will, but you know, a private company, you know, maybe Hindustan Lever, if you tell Hindustan Lever, you know, give us money, and an IIT professor says, give us money, Hindustan Lever will prefer giving money to the IIT professor. That
Yes.
is the problem. That is the problem that plagues. And yeah, right, madam, it is improving. It is improving. And I hope it comes to a stage where they are at par, you know, private and public funding are at par. Foreign investment, okay, India attracts only 2.7% of global spending in R&D. China attracts 17.5%. You know, that's like 5-fold more. Okay, that is 5-fold more. So, and that again has to do with the health of the Indian research ecosystem. If the health of the Indian research ecosystem in terms of your infrastructure, in terms of your regulation, okay, it increases, automatically the foreign investment will increase. Okay, so the funding issues arise from quality issues. Okay, so a substantial amount of Indian research is published in predatory journal or non-peer reviewed journal. That has to change. It is changing. I am not saying it is not changing, but then it has to change fast. Okay, and also low availability of quality teachers. Okay, so it again boils down to teachers. Okay, so the quality of the teachers has to increase, then everything that, you know, they are the basis of this research ecosystem, then everything will increase. Regulatory issues, India has a relatively weak IPR regime. Okay, intellectual property right regime. It is improving. Okay, but still it is an issue. Okay, it is not as strong as the Western countries, but it is getting there. So this is again a problem. Then there are systematic issues like the education system. Though again it is changing, but then our education system is heavily exam oriented. Okay, it focuses on it. There is lack of creative thinking and open mindedness. Okay, so it is more, I would say, at least till a few years back, it was more on rote learning. Okay, I mean, you compare a humanities course in an Indian university to a humanities course in a US university, you will see the difference. You have to critically think. Okay, whereas many of the, you know, education institutions in India still focus on, you know, memorizing things. Okay, so that should change, and that is, you know, outdated curriculum. So I hope the NEP 2020 and, you know, other steps that the government is taking, they would you know, plug some of these holes. Then another problem is, you know, brain drain. So I would say, like, I mean, I have first-hand experience. I mean, I come from a relatively good school in Delhi, the Delhi Public School, RK Puram. I did my 12th from there. And out of 51 students in my class 12 class, I think 32 people got into IIT. And out of those 32 people, I think 3 are in India. Okay. The rest of them have gone to the US. Okay, so that is a very serious problem, because if we do not have this brain in India, we would never be able to, carry out research at par with, the Western countries, right? So I mean, though there is a reverse brain drain, I mean, reverse thing now, there are many people who are coming back. Okay, things are changing. I mean, but still these are issues. The issues are getting solved, but then these still are issues. Okay, people would still send their kids to foreign universities, okay, to study. I mean, I hope there would be a time when people would prefer IITs to maybe some Ivy League university, but it is still not the case now. And then again, poor industry university linkage. Okay, that is there. Again, this is getting reduced. Okay, there are more and more industry, especially private universities like Amity and all. They have lot of university industry linkage. Then there is another issue, that is a social issue. There is a cultural stigma over failure. People do not want to fail. Okay, but to have a good ecosystem, people should fail. Yeah, they should fail fast, but they should fail. Okay, and India, there is this cultural affinity, a government job le liya and aram se reh gaye. Why? Because you don't want to fail, right? In a private institute, you have to, constantly evolve. You have to fail and you have to rise above the failure. Whereas in a government is, what is the truth is, in a reality, if you join a government job, you are stable. So there is this cultural affinity for stability and job security over risk taking. So these are some of the problems that plague the research ecosystem in India. Though, I mean, as I said, things are getting addressed. Okay, so this data is taken from the WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization report. So this is, as I said, is 2020 data. So numbers, the figures that I have present here are, around 2 years old. Anyway, so does anybody have some comments, some discussion? As I said, I want this to be a two-way thing. Are there any comments, discussion? Do you want to, say something about this or anything?
Participants, please feel free to write it on the chat box, or if you want to say something, please write it on the chat box. We will open your audio and video. Dr. Das, can you share can you just throw light on your experience, like how you said that you have 3 funded projects with you. So how did you apply that, and what all the challenges did you face, and how you have received those projects?
Yeah, before we come to that, we would surely like to share your own success story at AUH. But before that, what do we really mean by cultural support pillar? ये क्या चीज होती है?
कल्चरल सपोर्ट पिलर मतलब ये है कि जैसे घर से ना, जैसे you don't some females, you won't want them to take a research job, or they would say आप teaching करो. Why? Because 5 बजे आपका 5 भी क्या, आप 2 बजे आपको छुट्टी हो जाएगा and घर आओगे, you will take care of the kids. Whereas if you do research, there is no end time, like you have to do. So this was there. So this hinders people from taking research and other activities which they should be taking. This is what I mean by cultural support pillar, sir.
But really speaking, the situation is more or less the same abroad, except that when you join an organization, you are giving your full attention to your work activity. And same kind of culture now is emerging in India also.
Yes, sir, it is changing.
In every university, while we respect the parity between male and female, we also do not want to distinguish when it comes to the pressure of work. Both sides should handle it with cheers and smiles and commit themselves to doing the work. For example, Dr. Sanjana is a good example. She never leaves before 6 o'clock.
Yes,
कई
sir.
बार तो मुझे पूछना पड़ता है कि क्या घर पर काम नहीं है, उनका नहीं, पूरा काम करके यहाँ जाऊंगी, वहाँ भी काम है, वो भी करूंगी. So that kind of commitment in fact is required. When you
Yes, sir.
come to a educational institution, try to please understand that this is an environment in which you want to grow yourself taller in your own domain area, in your areas of interest. And that cannot happen merely by teaching a few hours here and there. It
Yes.
requires your regular and continuous engagement into research and extension activities that will value add your own commitment to your organization. And that will be the best way to rise both in terms of your profession and earn laurels for you. So really
sir.
speaking, much greater commitment is required. I don't acknowledge any cultural problems. As far as I'm concerned, you all are one.
Yes, sir.
Once you are in a university, we are a family.
Yes, sir.
Your problems are our problem, but at the same time, we all are committed to excel together. And
Yes,
there
sir.
could be no shortcuts for anybody in this respect. So I
Yes.
really want that this whole idea of Indian respondents saying that we have cultural support pillar, the so-called cultural support pillar was available in our country. And thus it hinders people from taking up research. Research, no culture can hinder me. I mean, I
Yes,
was
sir.
born in a small village where there was no research. Nobody would even know the meaning of research or spelling of research. And yet, it did not deter me from thinking afresh. Even
Yes,
during
sir.
the time when I was in the village, I used to look around and keep my research instinct right. Keenness of observation, willingness to analyze the observed data, and devising and driving better meaning out of what you have seen is what is required. In fact,
Yes,
in
sir.
our Indian knowledge system, Siksha was not just Adhyan and Adhyapan. Adhyan and Adhyapan was the starting point. But the
Yes, sir.
second part of this was Manan, and third one was Chintan. So Adhyan, Manan, and Chintan. These were the three pillars on which the entire Indian knowledge system was resting. And Manan and Chintan includes tremendous amount of research and creative ability to analyze what you have observed, what you have studied, what you have accessed as knowledge source, and then dig out better meaning out of this. This is called continuous research, you know. You
Yes,
must
sir.
ask yourself that we have been chanting A to Z as A for apple, B for book, C for cat, D for dog, etc. I mean, we have been doing it for 100 years or more. Why not redefine the A to Z as you grow? When you come to the age of Dr. Anirban Das, at that age, you should say A for attitude, A for ambition, A for aptitude, so that you are in a position to understand the very first alphabet of the language inspires you to take care of your attitude, to look after your aptitude and also your ambitions. Go to B, go to C for commitment and compassion, D for dedication and devotion, E for efficiency and effectiveness. And that way you go on, keep on redefining A to Z when you come and become a teacher or become a scholar for PhD. This way you would understand that even what you have learned when you were a toddler now can inspire you to think 100 times better than what you did at that time. At that time, of course, A for apple was important because you want to eat it. B for bat was important, you wanted to play with it. C for cat was important because cat was jumping in the house. But when you become a researcher, when you become a teacher, you have to redefine even the alphabets which you have learned. So this is what I did, you know. I looked at all this very from close quarter. Research mind takes you to utilize the benefit and immense wealth which you have cultivated and collected during your entire lifetime. And this requires constant engagement in Adhyan, Adhyapan, but beyond that, Manan and Chintan. Then only you would be able to become a great researcher. So research minds are always curious to look at things as many times as necessary till they satisfy. For example, Z for zebra. I said, what the hell zebra is doing here actually? Why not find a better meaning of it? In our own Sanskrit alphabet, starting is A for anar or A for am, and it ends with Gya, Chatra Gya, Gya for Gyan. So you can start with anar or am and end up with gyan, but can understand the entire Varnmala that way much more effectively. But how it is that you start with A for apple and end up with Z for zebra? ये तो कोई बात नहीं बनी. So I have to do a lot of research to find out what has gone wrong. Nothing has
Z
gone
for zeal, sir. Z for zeal, right? Zeal and enthusiasm.
Zebra was okay, but for Z also is Jnana, because Z becomes Jen, Jen. When you go to Japan or when you go to China, when you look at the Taoism, there the Jnana becomes Jen, Jen. And that's why Maruti brought a car called Jen in the market of India. So when that car came, I became curious that why this car is called Jen while the first car was called Maruti. So Maruti Jen, Maruti 800 was the first name, which I bought, of course. And then came Jen. And the Jen was basically Jnana. So that A to Z, which starts with A for apple, does not end up with Z for zebra. Really speaking, that's also Z for Jen, which is Jnana. So unless you think, unless you do Manan and Chintan, you would remain confined to A for apple and Z for zebra or A for anar, etc. You have to redefine their meaning now that as we grow. So this is called research. So research is not just merely looking at modern science and technology or the management jargons. Today you could be doing research on everything. Under one name itself should invoke you to do research on. Why it is that our forefathers, rather grandfathers of Anirvan called him Anirvan. Why not only Nirvan? If they would have called him Nirvan, he would have run away by this time, have become a sannyasi, you know. But they called him Anirvan. Let him utilize his talent and might and his skills to dig out something phenomenal, something which is most
Thank you, sir.
today, and make impossible possible. That's why you are here. That should inspire, your name should inspire you whole of your life, in fact, to constantly engage in research. I can keep on giving you new tips, but that's not required. My purpose was that come out of this cultural stigma. In fact, our own culture should invoke a great sense of commitment towards highest level of sincerity of purpose for research, and uphold the highest level of integrity of research and authenticity of research, universality of research, so that what we ultimately dig out becomes universally applicable and brings a better ground for the whole of humanity. Thank you, Dr. Sanjana. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you,
Anirban,
sir.
for allowing
Thank
me.
you, sir. Thank you for so insightful words and such encouraging words, sir. Thank you
Yes,
so
sir.
much, sir.
Your tips are always helpful for each one of
Yes,
us.
sir. Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Dr. Fatima is writing, hi, Dr. Anirban, wonderful discussion. I'm a bit critical about hearing word female. For me, it is attitude and personal environment for both male and female.
I understand, but this is the truth. If you go to some, especially in the rural areas, this divides is still there. This is not my personal opinion. This is the fact that is there. So that is a problem. Okay. I mean, I am not this, what this slide is not my personal opinion. Okay. This was a
You have written
survey.
World Economic Forum survey says that 17%
Yeah.
Indian.
So
Yes.
this is a survey by the WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization. That is an organization under the United Nations. So this is the data collected from that. So I am not, as I said, this is not a personal opinion. This is what the survey said. They asked people why, what are the issues that you think are there? And this is the response for that. Okay. So I am not, please don't, take it personally, but I just, this is what the data says.
But
Okay,
really, Sanjana, let it also be said that research is neutral. It does not acknowledge whether you are a male or female. Any researcher, no matter from what background he comes or what level of hierarchy he is, research requires highest level of commitment, fullest of dedication, rather unconditional commitment to dig out what is truth. And it also requires ultra courage to speak out that truth and express it exactly the way it has been seen. So really speaking, research does not differentiate whether you are a male or a female. And Fatima is right. In fact, I've seen Fatima ji, Dr. Fatima being most devoted to her work, along with her husband, of course, Syed. And both of them have been religiously working towards digging out the truth for the research which they carried out. They are our most outstanding performers, both of them, in fact. So they demonstrated whether you are a female or a male, it cannot hinder your commitment to research. But that kind of commitment we expect from everybody. And we expect this from young as well as from the old. If you are a professor or assistant professor, does not matter. Both of you are researchers. When you are a supervisor, you are a supervisor. Nobody bothers whether you are a professor supervisor or associate or assistant professor supervisor. Likewise, when you are a research scholar, whether you are a managing director or vice president of a company or a research scholar pursuing PhD full time, nobody bothers. They look at your work, they look at what you have done. So therefore, research is neutral to age, neutral to your hierarchy, neutral to even gender. Although these days people are talking more about gender in science and technology, I don't talk about this actually. As far as I'm concerned, at least science should remain above board. It is neutral to gender, it is neutral to nationality, it is neutral to hierarchy, and it is neutral to even your economic prosperity. Nothing to worry about. Nobody bothers how prosperous you are. Truth is truth, and it must be dug out by anyone who has the most sincere and passionate commitment towards discovery of truth. This is how science was pursued, in fact. And each one of us must come out of our comfort zone, shake off our inertia of whatever cultural tattoos which may be around, and become like Anirban and Dr. Sanjana Bej or Dr. Parijat Bhattacharya. These are the stars. I put it together actually before you. Earlier also Dr. Sanjay Jha, in fact, was there. And I'm getting a few more names actually. I was initially a little bit hesitant to put people from within the university to talk in this faculty program. But I think, Sanjana, you have done it right. You selected one person from outside and one from inside. And both and our people who are from within the organization are also doing good work. Actually, they are our stars, and we wanted to share how these stars. So, Anirban, within the next few minutes, share some of the good work which you have done at AUH. And the
Sir,
which you have formulated, the project which have been funded, including the recent FIST project, which you and your head of department have successfully obtained from DST.
Sir, I am not prepared for that. What I have prepared is the topic that was given to me. I can orally tell if it is okay. Orally, I can tell.
Orally बता दो और आगे से 2-4 स्लाइड अपनी जेब में रखा करो, मतलब कंप्यूटर पर रखा करो कि जैसे ही सर ने कहा तुरंत, जैसे कल मैंने अपनी स्लाइड दिखा दी फटाफट स्क्रीन शेयर करके, ऐसी 2-4-5-10 स्लाइड अपने वर्क की हमेशा रखो, उसको कहते हैं जेब में रखा करो, जब मौका आए फट से दिखा दी. They could be on a flash, they could be on, but anyway, जवानी बताइए, no harm.
So basically, one project that I have is, it is a bifunctional catalyst. So what happens is, chemical process, many times a chemical process goes through multiple processes. Like आपको A से B पहुंचना है, so आप A से A1 बनाओगे, A1 से A2 बनाओगे, फिर जाके B बनाओगे. So each step involves प्यूरिफिकेशन. आपने A से A1 बनाया, उसमें सारा A1 नहीं बना, कुछ A बच गया या और कुछ बना, तो आप वो सब हटा के आप A1 को प्यूरिफाई करोगे. A1 से आप A2 बनाओगे, उसमें भी प्यूरिफिकेशन स्टेप है, and then you go to B. So what this project is about, you have what we call a tandem catalyst. उसमें क्या है कि एक catalyst में आपके multiple sites हैं, उसमें आपने A डाला, उसी में A से A1 बना, A1 से A2 बना, and you have the final product that is B coming out. So design of such novel catalyst, मतलब एक support में multiple catalytic sites. So that is my TARE project, the one I have with IIT Delhi. So it reduces your energy footprint.
Give one example, physical example where such a process could be possible?
Sir, like you do selective reduction of selective oxidation. So selective oxidation may, what happens is you start with an alcohol, and so alcohol will give you an aldehyde. This aldehyde is a very important pharmaceutical, what should I say? It is needed in the pharmaceutical industry. But what happens is, instead of stopping at the aldehyde, the reaction goes to the acid, fully oxidized हो जाता है. तो ये selective oxidation के लिए this type of catalyst can be used. You start with an alcohol and you stop at the aldehyde and not let the reaction go to the acid. So this is one example that I had proposed. So ये एक example है. Then the other project I have is AMT, that is a US company. So इसमें क्या है? AMT is a membranes company. They make membranes. So membranes membranes are like, they are material that separate out two phases. Like आपका अगर आपने दो लिक्विड आपके हैं, उसमें बीच में आपने मेम्ब्रेन लग दिया, तो एक तरफ का लिक्विड अलग होगा, दूसरी तरफ का लिक्विड अलग. इट इज अ सेपरेटर. So this project is actually उस membranes में you add catalyst or you functionalize the membranes so that you can carry out things like, for an example, I'm giving you water purification. तो उसमें आपने silver या कुछ nanoparticles आपने लगा दिया, तो उसमें आपका antimicrobial properties हैं, तो आपका water purification होगा. So the membranes, the attachment of these nanoparticles to the membrane should be robust enough कि आपके continuous use आप करते रहो, and it will be stable, different conditions of pH.
And
different
the further research part out of this would be how to reclaim these nanoparticles and make them active once again out of the membrane once they have performed their activity. So,
yeah,
I'm sure these are very good examples. Anything about your this new project? FIST.
So yeah, so the FIST project, it's actually a collaborative effort of the whole department. So there are various components. So there is a therapeutic component. उसमें आपका है like healing bandages, like these soldiers and all, they get injured. तो उनको जो हम bandage लगाते हैं, bandage वगैरह जो लगाते हैं, उसी में आपका you have some nanoparticles that have antibacterial activity. So then it will heal the wound also, apart from just being a bandage. ये जैसे ये एक part है. Then there are things like mask banana for all this COVID and all that we have, and different diseases. Then there is also a component of photoelectrocatalysis. So photoelectrocatalysis means, sir, we use the solar energy or light energy, basically photo. So photons. So we use photons. So we use the solar energy to produce, fuel. Fuel मतलब आप water को split करते हैं, उसमें hydrogen निकलता है. So that is a fuel. आप नाइट्रोजन, एटमॉस्फेयर में आपका इतना 70% नाइट्रोजन है, नाइट्रोजन को स्प्लिट करते हैं, उससे आप हाइड्रोजन बनाते हैं. हाइड्रोजन इज अ सॉलिड फ्यूल फॉर रॉकेट्स. ओके, एंड देन आप CO2 रिडक्शन करते हैं, आपका इतना CO2 प्रोड्यूस है, CO2 रिड्यूस करके यू मेक इनटू फाइन केमिकल्स. सो ऑल दिस इज देयर. So these are some of the some of the sub proposals. There are many more. I just gave you some examples.
Basically, our FIST is aimed at number one, health, good health,
Yeah. Yes,
and
sir.
pharmaceuticals out of this. And the
energy.
second one is, of course, green energy. And
Green energy, sir. Yes,
and
sir.
third is forensic.
Yeah, forensic also is there. A bit of forensics is also there.
Very
So
good.
that is what it is about.
Just for the benefit of the participant, the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India has a big scheme called FIST, Funding for Infrastructure for Science and Technology. And they support you in your university for purchasing equipments and establishing physical facilities that can foster, in fact, quality research and development within the university. In our own university, we got now 3 FIST in 3 areas. First one was in lipidomics, to go deeper into our health and understand what's happening inside from the point of view of lipid research. The second one, of course, came to us in the area of nanoscience and health. And the third one now is in biochemistry, forensic science, and new energy systems. So I think this way we got greatly supported by Department of Science and Technology of Government of India in these areas, which are so important. In fact, now we will be looking for the fourth, fifth in the area of robotics, automation, and artificial intelligence and data science. That is where I think bulk of the effort in future will be devoted. But good, great, Dr. Anuban Das. Any other question, Dr. Sanjana, you have?
Yes, sir. One question is there from Dr. Abdul. He's asking that please provide a little information on what is an ecosystem in a project.
Okay, so I would say yes, previous. So previous. So एक मिनट और थोड़ा previous. So ecosystem in a project means, you know, you have all the components of that project. So one is the human, the liveware in the sense, you know, when we talk about, you know, computer system, so we say there are 4 parts: hardware, software, liveware, and firmware. So similarly, you know, you have for any project, you have a liveware means the human resource is your researchers. Then you have your hardware part. The hardware part is your equipment. Okay, you should have your equipment, the facilities, the support, okay, infrastructure, right? So maybe I had that slide. एक minute, आपको मैं पीछे में से. So, you know, so these are the 3 parts of a project: the talent, the investment, and the infrastructure. So I would say these are the 3 parts of a, you know, ecosystem for a project. The talent means what? Your innovators, your workforce, you know, skills. Investment is, as I said, you know, आपने कितना पैसा डाला है, and then infrastructure. So these I think are the 3 parts for this for your project ecosystem. I hope that answers the question.
Yes. Anyone else who would like to ask any further question?
I thought, Sanjana, at this point, we need to also say that once you are a researcher, you should remain researcher up to last breath of your life, which means, really speaking, you should think of the research ecosystem around you, which can keep you busy and busy for a good cause from year after year and from one level of your career to the other career, so on. So I think it's very important to always look at how you can be agile rather than fragile in terms of your own research area, and think a little broader, then think more collaborative, maybe more cooperative research, consortium research, and also try to spread your wings little bit, not too much. Unless you are a vice, I can stretch my wings as far as possible. I'm a vice chancellor, but not a good researcher must remain within his own broad domain, but not hesitate to diversify a bit actually, because we are in the age of interdisciplinary today and transdepartmental approach is required. But keep focused on your own domain and find its greater and greater application and acceptability into interdisciplinary and transdepartmental applications. And that way you start looking at horizon. For example, when I was in IIT, I was devoted to aerodynamics more. But then I realized that more aerodynamics also requires understanding of what they call the dynamics of machinery, which means physical dynamics. So I looked at the design more and understood the meaning and purpose, how dynamics and aerodynamics, machine dynamics and aerodynamics go together. And that way I could create new layers for my research. In turn, I became friendly to those who were pursuing the research work in the area of machine design. They were getting more money than me. Once I started working together, I educated them, they educated me. They told me that your aerodynamics happens because of machine dynamics. I said my aerodynamics influences your machine dynamics, and that is why you need to design it better. It's like wind forces affecting a building to make it more more fragile, but at the same time, the designers would utilize that capability to make it more resistant to wind pressures or seismic pressures and so on. So the two sides start working together, then there is a much bigger benefit. For example, they did not know that many of my phenomena in aerodynamics were low frequency phenomena, and they could be causing bigger havoc to the dynamics of the machinery, especially in aero engine technology and helicopters blades and propeller blades and so on. And then we got more money. Then we started working together. So to become agile, you need to spread your wings at the same time, ensure that the associated area, they start appreciating what you are doing and you start appreciating their work. Together, you work together and go a little bit beyond your own narrow specialty, very important. For example, I was looking into aero engines at that time. India was not making aero engines. India was making reciprocating compressors. So I said, I can apply the same knowledge now to redesign the valves for a reciprocating compressor. I can utilize my knowledge of aerodynamics and machine dynamics to redesign the a lot of actually things for my hydro turbines and steam turbines and so on. And I became a very famous professor because I could use my knowledge for not only aero engine technology, but also for machine, super thermal power stations, hydro power stations. Somebody came to me, my blades are cracking in Bhakra Nangal. Can you please solve the problem? I shall solve any problem on earth. Give me the problem. And we looked at it from close quarter, applied our own knowledge, and we came out with conclusion. So that way, I think once you start going a little bit beyond your own narrow area, you become more capable, in fact, but you have to start working together with like-minded people within your own university and institution. This is what we are promoting here in Amity University, Haryana. Also, as a part of our leadership, research leadership strategy, we are looking at interdisciplinary, transdepartmental, and creating consortiums and creating, in fact, clusters of research so that we are in a position to broaden our narrow areas and understand the meaning and purpose of working in a team and creating a much bigger impact of the research that we carry out within our university. And for this, I think we are getting a lot of appreciation. Otherwise, how would 89, 90 projects be funded in a university which is only 11-year or 12-year old? How would you have so many patents filed here? How would you have people like Anirban and others looking at our university for joining as professor? So I think this is what we have been able to do primarily because of our research strategies, the leadership strategies which we have put in together in the research domain, starting with the Directorate of Research and Publication, taking it to Directorate of Outcome, taking full advantage of Foundation for Science and Technology Innovation that Amity has, and then providing leadership within each institution and at the university level to cultivate interdisciplinary, transdepartmental, and focusing on infrastructure, talent, as well as actually quality and integrity of research at the same time. So with a whole this complete package actually for research quality and research relevance and what you call quality and integrity is very, very, very important, which we have been able to cultivate here in Amity. We thought that through this FDP, we should be able to transplant some of these ideas in the minds of our participants from various universities and institutions.
Thank you so much, sir, for your golden words, which you have just said. It is so important for everyone to learn from you. And
yes, sir, surely.
Thank you, Dr. Anirban, for your wonderful presentation. And
thank you, madam. Thank you, sir.
You have basically you have highlighted on the problems.
In any future presentation, don't hesitate to share some of the examples of your own work.
Surely, sir. Surely, sir.
Not only presenting the philosophy, but we are presenting our own work, where we have utilized this philosophy to produce.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Sure, sir. Sure, sir. I'll keep that in mind.
Yes, sir. I think now we have time for taking break. Participants are with us since morning, so we will just have 45 minutes break, and again we will meet soon at 2 o'clock because we have Dr. Sagnik Dey, who is an Institute Chair Professor, Center for Atmospheric Science, Indian Institute of Technology Delhi, who would be joining and would be giving talk on the theme innovative methods, skills, and challenges in the research ecosystem and data analysis. And after that, Dr. Fatima, who is from Amity Institute of Biotechnology, would also taking the session. So looking forward to see you at 2 o'clock.
Dr. Day is a very serious researcher, and we are very happy that he is sharing his expert knowledge with us in the area of atmospheric science. And we also have great facilities in this area at our own university. Professor PCS Devra and his team would be present during this presentation. And we look forward to Dr. Jishan Fatima also sharing the eminence she herself, along with her husband Syed, have created. Both of them have set up an infectious disease laboratory, and they got several projects, in fact, and have brought out very many high impact publications as well as good quality outcome, including some of the patents and also commercialization to which they have taken their patent. So both of them, I think both the speakers of the afternoon session are very good. Eat just enough, not more, and come back in time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Friends are joining, and 65 have already joined, and they are joining soon after lunch. We have Dr. Sagnik Dey also with us. And Dr. Sagnik Dey, earlier in the morning, we had excellent talk by Professor Suresh Kumar Garg, who is a professor, Delhi Technological University. And then Professor Sanjay Kumar Jha and Dr. Anirban Das. They spoke excellent on the topic, innovative methods, skills, and challenges in the research ecosystem and data analysis. Over to you, Dr. Nisha.
Thank you, ma'am. Very warm welcome to all our participants and Professor Dr. Sagnik Dey. I would first like to start introducing Professor Sagnik Dey. He is Institute Chair Professor at the Center for Atmospheric Sciences, IIT Delhi. He has worked for 3 years as postdoctoral scientist at Department of Atmospheric Sciences, University of Illinois, USA. He received INSA Young Scientist Medal in 2008, Nazi Scopus Young Scientist Award in 2012, Dr. Sudhanshu Kumar Banerjee MOES Outstanding Young Faculty Fellowship for the period 2011-13, and Teaching Excellence Award from IIT Delhi in 2016. He is an international collaborator and science team member of NASA's upcoming MAIA satellite mission and served as an expert member of WHO Global Platform on Air Quality and Health. He is a collaborator of the Global Burden of Disease Study and Local Burden of Disease Study. Professor Dey has been awarded the Fulbright Nehru Academic and Professional Excellence Fellowship for 2017-18. Professor Dey is the coordinator of Center of Excellence for Research on Clean Air, IIT Delhi, and is an associate faculty of School of Public Policy and Transportation Research and Injury Prevention. He is a member of WHO Southeast Asia Non-Communicable Diseases Regional Technical Advisory Group. He is serving as associate editor of Atmospheric Environment and is also editorial board member of Scientific Reports and Earth System Dynamics. May I now invite Professor Dey to kindly begin his session.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks, Nisha, for kind introduction. Let me share my screen. Okay, I hope you can see my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. We can see.
Yeah. Okay, thanks again for inviting me. So I thought today to talk about, how to really get published in research journals. And we all know that publication is very important in our life, particularly if we are academicians. Our contributions to the field are determined based on, not just how many peer-reviewed articles we are publishing, but where we are publishing, whether these publications are making any impact on particular field. And these impacts are usually measured by metrics like, number of citations, H-index, other indices that are developed. More importantly, if a manuscript is published in high impact journal, so it's more likely to be not just noted, but make an impact on the field itself. Now, my talk today to all of you is from the experience that I have in the last several years as part of various editorial assignments. So you can see that currently I am associate editor in Atmospheric Environment, which is an Elsevier journal.
Okay.
And sorry. Okay. I am also now serving as associate editor for Helion, which is a cell press journal. Okay. And I am in editorial board of Earth System Dynamics. This is a journal of European Geophysical Union. I'm also in the editorial board of Scientific Reports, which is a Springer Nature journal, and editorial board of GeoHealth, very recently joined, which is an American Geophysical Union journal. Now, these 5 journals from 5 different publication houses, there are certain similarities and certain differences in these journals. Some journals are not open access. There are slight differences the way the manuscripts are reviewed, the whole editorial process goes in these journals. And obviously, you know, the way the whole journal itself functions. And I will give some flavor so that you understand that what goes, you know, on the back door of this whole editorial process. I served also as guest editors in the past for some special issues. And what I have experienced is that when it comes to this kind of special issues, because these are one-off issues, so the overall editorial and review process is a bit relaxed than the natural review. But it does not mean that, you know, a poor quality manuscript can be published. But in more traditional way, the journals, the way they handle it, depends also on the journal characteristics. Now, out of these 5 journals where I'm serving currently, the European Geophysical Union journals they do a very different thing. So when a paper is submitted there, it is called for an open discussion and review process. And all the European Geophysical Union journals are accompanied by discussion journals. So if you see this journal, Earth System Dynamics, or there are other journals, for example, Atmospheric Chemistry and Physics. By the way, my own research field is air pollution, climate change, and health. So more on the environmental side. So you will see that I will give some examples from these fields, but you can easily connect to your field to make the general interpretation. Yeah, so Earth System Dynamics as an Earth System Dynamic discussion, it means that once a paper is submitted to this journal, and if the handling editor feels the journal, sorry, the manuscript is worth reviewing, then it will appear in the discussion forum first. And then the peer review process will go on. But the general public can follow this peer review process. And in addition to the comments given by the reviewers, for these journals, anyone can also provide comments on the work. And the authors need to then address all these comments. So it's a very, very different strategy for these journals. Similarly, if you talk about any nature journals, you see that the nature journals are mostly interdisciplinary or targeting broad audience. So their overall editorial process is slightly different again. And maybe, you know, when I go through the whole process, I can bring this whenever it is appropriate there. Now, let me show you some interesting statistics, although this is a bit old, but after this, there is no comprehensive study done, but at least the journals where I am serving, I have the statistics. What you are seeing here in this particular slide is, this is in the field of atmospheric science, or broadly you can say environmental science. All leading journals in the field, what is the rejection rate? And this statistics is compiled in 2010. And essentially what you see is that these are, you know, all these are very relevant journal, including atmospheric environment where currently I am serving. You can see this rejection rate is 46%. In many journals, you can see the rejection rate is as high as 50, 60, 70%. And not just this journal, but again, you know, for example, if you look into this journal, Geophysical Research Letters, this is an American Geophysical Union journal, the rejection rate is 59.2%. Then some more examples from that particular study, more or less you see that in some journals, the rejection rate is low. In some journal, the rejection rate is very high. Obviously, you know, the rejection rate varies with time, depending on how the journals are deciding their key focus. All the American Geophysical Union journals, if you see today, their rejection rates have gone up because they give a lot of importance on the novelty of the research that you are submitting in those journals. There are certain journals which do not give much importance on the novelty of the work. And again, you know, novelty, this work is sort of qualitative. And I will come in a minute, you know, when I talk about the decision or editorial process, that how novelty is actually decided in the peer review process. But there are certain journals which do not give that much importance on the novelty. If the results are robust scientifically, then the papers can get published. Now, in the last 10 years, there has been a massive change in the overall publication system worldwide. And the change is driven by the call for open access. Now, many journals in the recent past has started charging article processing fee to enable open access to everyone. There are many journals who have not made this article processing fee mandatory. They are keeping the option open. Atmospheric Environment is one such journal. We had actually debated several years ago whether to make Atmospheric Environment an open access journal completely or not, because the publication house Elsevier was insisting that, following the tradition now, and because Atmospheric Environment has a very good reputation in the environmental science field, can we really make it open access? And we were of that opinion during that time that people from the developed countries cannot afford the open access fee. In our projects, we do not have amounts sanctioned to pay for this article processing. If you look into the Nature series of journals or many other journals where open access is mandatory, the fee is absorbingly high. And whether a journal is open access becomes very important when a researcher first plans to submit his or her manuscript to a journal. Now, many journals of late have started giving exemptions to this open access for certain section of the world. some journals, they said that we'll only give exemptions to the lower middle, not even lower middle income country, but perhaps lower income country only. Now, India is also prospering. So a few years ago, we were under this exemption bracket, but now many journals, you will see India does not qualify for the exemption. But if it is not full exemption, then many journals are allowing some partial exemption. Most recently, the good news came that the nature journals have decided to make this open access fee, exempted, at least for Indian researchers, which is a very, very welcome step. I have 2 publications in my lifetime, 3 publications, other one in Nature Sustainability, one in Nature Communication, and one in Nature. And it is just sheer luck that we requested the journal editors to waive off the publication fee because we cannot simply pay it. I will tell you actually the publication charge in Nature Communication. It is in the order of $5,000. So you can just imagine, just for one publication, $5,000 is charged. The medical journals like Lancet group of journals or BMC group of journals, they usually don't exempt. But the good news is that typically the funding agencies that fund research on epidemiology, be it environmental epidemiology or public health research, they somehow allow the funds to be used for publication fee. So any big philanthropy who is funding, or usually, the funding, if that comes from traditional funders, they keep some amount for this publication fee. Otherwise, again, for publishing in Lancet series of journals, it's extremely challenging. So there are many of these issues which we need to keep in mind before we really decide. But as I said that, if you have a proper manuscript, and that's where I'm going, whether it's an open access or not, it does not matter. What matters is that if your research is good, it can be easily published in any reputed journal. Now, many institutions I know are providing these incentives in India. It's just an incentive saying that if you can publish in high impact journals, if at all there is an article processing fee which has not been waived off, institute will pay. And IIT Delhi is one such institute where we are told by our dean that if you publish in any, obviously, they have restricted to a certain impact factor. For IIT Delhi, we were told that if you publish in any journal which has an impact factor greater than 12, then institute will pay. But obviously, I understand that not all institutes have that kind of money lying around to pay for this. So this is just a kind of background and the way this publication business has changed in the last decade. Now let us jump to some possible causes of rejection. So I was showing you these statistics, and mostly if you see the distribution, you can see that broadly 30–40% is where the peak is. So on an average, across the disciplines, if you see, that's the average rejection rate, 1 in 3 paper. But obviously you see that there are some journals where the rejection rate is extremely high. Higher is the impact factor, obviously higher will be the rejection rate. That's understandable. Now, if you see some of the possible factors which affect the decision, and these factors can pertain to authors, reviewers, the reputation of the journal or the focus of the journals, and the strictness of the editorial process. Now, obviously, I have experienced in many cases, the choice of the journal itself was wrong. we felt that, the manuscript does not belong to our journal, so we have rejected it. Then from the reviewer perspective, again, it depends on person to person, very difficult to really characterize how the reviewers behave, but across these different journals that I've been handling, what I have experienced is that nowadays reviewers tend to give quite constructive criticism. And if those comments are taken seriously, in general, the manuscript quality improves, which is a good thing, because many years ago when I was a student, I had the experience, where clearly the review is biased, has a lot of negative, connotation to it. And I will come in a minute, again, how to handle with this kind of review. But in general, I think most of the reviews nowadays I'm seeing, they tend to provide positive criticism. From the journal perspective, again, as I said, that whether to accept or reject a manuscript depends on the focus of the journal, the type of audience the journal targets, and how much the journal can really handle or publish in a year versus how many papers are submitted, and which is the case. The third one is actually the case of the high impact journal. So because everyone wants to publish in high impact journals, if you sort of go to this really, leading journals in any field, they cannot publish. In fact, if you follow the history of Nature and Science or Lancet, there was only one journal, Nature, many decades ago. But because everyone wanted to publish in Nature, they started diversifying, and now you see these different disciplinary journals from Nature. Obviously, because it's a Nature brand or Science brand or Lancet, they maintained high impacts. So if you look today, again, I am giving the example from my field: Nature Climate Change, Nature Geoscience, Nature Sustainability, Nature Communications, and all these journals have very, very high impact factor, and this impact factor keeps going on and on. So they are more than 20 or something. Lancet, being a medical journal, and all the air pollution and other disease burden analysis gets published periodically in Lancet. It really pulled Lancet's impact factor over the years. And now Lancet also has their sister journals, or you can say sort of, branded journals like Lancet Public Health, Lancet Child Health, and stuff like that. And each one have very high impact factors. And in fact, Lancet, the original Lancet journal, currently probably has highest or second highest impact factor, if I am not wrong. I think currently the Lancet's impact factor stands at 202. So you can imagine, if you get a paper in Lancet, it has really, high chance of getting noted. Then from editorial point of view, again, the decision depends on whether it's a natural, it's a normal traditional research manuscript, or there is a concept called letters. That means which requires a kind of rapid publication. So letters are usually the short manuscripts reporting very novel science or technology, which has potential to further drive research in that particular topic or subtopic. And many journals now are only publishing those letters. For example, in my field, there is a journal called Environmental Research Letters, another journal, Geophysical Research Letters. So they only publish these short articles, and their novelty is one of the very, very important things. And if it's a letters article, because the idea is that the research is highly novel and it has potential to drive future research in that particular topic or subtopic, they don't want to drag the editorial and review process too long. So what happened is that for those journals which only publish letters, if the revision is major, it takes more than a month to address the reviewer's comment, the journal rejects the paper. It means that for those journals, only in the review process, the manuscripts that got mild or minor comments from the reviewers will get published. But it does not mean that you cannot redo and submit again to the journal. In fact, most of these journals who publish letters encourage authors to resubmit. You do the work, but then resubmit as an independent or as a new manuscript. But you mention in your cover letter that, earlier we submitted and we got major comments, it was rejected, now we have addressed those comments and here we are. And this many people don't know, because people think that once a manuscript is rejected, it will not be again considered. There are instances also from my personal experience as well as my experience as editors, that a manuscript has been rejected by a journal of lower impact factor, and then it got published in much, much higher impact factor. So all these sort of examples are there. So we'll see, what really it takes to publish, and not just publish good quality research and in quick time. So I'm very sure most of you are very familiar with the review process, but I will still go through quickly if there are any early career researchers here. I don't know. So when you submit a journal, the first thing is that the manuscript is checked by the editorial office for two things. One is that, are there any apparent mistakes, any omissions? And second is that the similarity to any published literature, which we call as plagiarism check. There are standard software for that. After this check is done, the result is passed on to the chief editor. Now, many journal articles that I am getting from these manuscripts, I have seen actually, the similarity is very, similarity is varying, some manuscript, has similarity only 10%, 15%, and some has as high as 40, 50, 60%. Technically, in the journal, journal to journal, it may vary, but on an average, higher than 30% similarity is not really seen in a good way. So if the similarity is higher than 30%, it's most likely that either the chief editor will return the manuscript or outrightly reject it. Then the chief editor decides whether the manuscript is worth publishing or not, worth reviewing or not. And then what usually is done is that chief editor passes it on to the associate editor or handling editor. Now, some journals have structure with a chief editor followed by associate editors. Other journals, the structure is that you have some chief editors and then there is an editorial board. So chief editor then decides who in the editorial board is the right person to handle this manuscript based on her or his expertise. The paper comes to the associate or handling editor. And then what the handling or associate editor does is provide an initial decision. Those journals where the discussion papers are also published, the initial decision is to decide whether the manuscript will be put up as discussion paper. In other journals, the initial decision means whether so if an associate editor feels that this particular manuscript is not worth reviewing, he or she can again contact the chief editor saying or conveying that we are feeling this way. And then there could be some back and forth discussion between the chief editor and the handling or associate editor. And then if both are convinced, then the paper will be rejected. And this is known as desk rejection. That means without reviewing, the paper has been rejected. Usually from journal to journal, this desk rejection, we try to expedite the process so that the author does not lose much time. Now, the mistake that I've seen, and in fact, again, I'm saying from this personal experience, once we rejected one manuscript in one journal, I will not name, the same manuscript was submitted to another journal where I am by chance was also part of this, and it came to me. So what I noticed is that, just the authors did not care even to take care of the comments, which was provided as a reason to reject it before even review. Because you cannot just say that this manuscript is rejected. You have to provide justification that why you feel this is not ready for review. And this is really a bad practice from the researcher perspective that, researchers think that, okay, one journal has rejected it, let me try another journal. There is always scope for learning from the rejections. Rejection is always part of life. I have published many papers. It does not mean that none of my papers has not ever been rejected. Many of my papers have been rejected. We tried to improve it. And every researcher who is out there, you talk to, even the Nobel laureates, they will tell you. This is part of, normal life. What is important is actually learn from the review process and then try to improve the manuscript. Now, if it is decided that the manuscript can be reviewed, then it is sent out to the reviewers. Usually, all the journals try to secure at least 2 reviewers. But because today everyone is so busy and there are so many journals, getting reviewer is really time consuming. However, we don't want to expedite, we don't want to really delay the whole process. So what is usually done is that to secure minimum 2 reviewers, invitation was sent, usually sent to at least 6 to 8 reviewers, with a hope that out of 6 to 8, 2 will agree to review this. If not, then you keep reaching out to others. Now, why I'm saying this, because it may happen that out of 6, in a certain case, 3 or 4 people said yes. Then you cannot say that we got enough, you don't review it, because it will be rude. So there will be cases where you will see that your paper has been reviewed by more than 2 or 3 people. It does not mean that there is any additional scrutiny. It's just like by luck or by coincidence, so many people agreed to review this paper. Now, again, from reviewer perspective, because I've reviewed so many papers throughout my life, I've now stopped reviewing because of editorial assignments, that if the paper is interesting, many people show interest to review the article. So again, if the quality of the article is good and attractive, getting reviewer may not be an issue. Then reviewers go through the manuscripts, provide their comments, and choose out of these 4 major decisions, whether to accept the paper as it is, which is hardly the case. I have never seen any review till date is saying that accept the paper as it is. Major revision means addition and analysis perhaps is required. Minor revision means mostly, lack of clarity or some typos and other things, or reject. So based on the review comments, then the handling or associate editor takes the decision. So chief editor really does not influence unless there is a controversy. Now, the decision by the associate or handling editor whether to accept or reject a manuscript after the review process again depends on the strictness. Now, many times it happens that there is a split review. For example, one reviewer is saying reject the manuscript, another reviewer is saying the manuscript is good, maybe minor revision. Now, if that is the case, then usually the manuscript has to be sent out to a third reviewer to break the tie. The other option is that the handling or associate editor review the paper herself or himself, and then try to see which of the reviewer, is correct, or in a sense that, makes more sense. So if it is a split review, obviously there will be more time, then you have to secure more reviewers and see what is happening. Then if the editor decides to go for a revision, you have to decide whether it's a major or minor revision. As I said, for letters, there is no major revision, it will be rejected. But authors are encouraged to resubmit again after taking care of the major comments. All other journals, either major or minor revision, you do it, prepare a rebuttal. But keep in mind that this decision again depends on whether the handling editor is quite relaxed or very strict. Now, just imagine a paper or manuscript is getting review comments, reject, and major revision. So this is where actually this strictness plays a very important role. Now, many handling editors decide to reject manuscripts if it gets reject and major review, without giving the authors a chance to really improve their work. Many handling editors go other way and thinks that the author should get a second chance based on the comments. Again, from the reviewer perspective, I have seen that many reviewers give comments which are easily addressable. Obviously, you have to do additional work, but they can be addressed. But yet, the suggestion from the reviewer is to reject the manuscript. So that's the call, that's the judgment that handling or associate editor makes. We go through very carefully the comments provided by the reviewers and see whether the comments can be addressed or not. If the comments can be addressed, we usually tend to give the authors a chance. If the manuscript is really bad, then obviously there is no point of sending it out to review again, revision again, and then you just simply reject it. Now, if you are getting a manuscript which has been asked to revise, take it very seriously, address all the comments, resubmit it, and then after resubmission, it will directly come to the handling or associate editor. It will then not go to the chief editor again, and then the process will continue. Usually, in most of the journals, if the authors do a good job in revising the manuscript based on the comments, eventually it will get accepted. But there are also instances where they could not do the job properly, and then editor decides that no, there is no point of wasting time and reject it even after the revision. So do not think that if a manuscript comes to you for a revision, it's guaranteed that it will be accepted. Now, what important point to keep in mind for authors, particularly if there are any early career researchers here, is that we all want to publish and publish quickly. So this whole revision process, again, from journal to journal, it varies. Some journals try to do this very quickly, within a month, and some journals may take 6 months, 8 months, 9 months time, or maybe more than a year. So once it is sent out for a review, you cannot really expedite this process other than just requesting. Now, there is a very important step before you really submit a manuscript. Now from inception or preparation to the submission stage, this is where if you take some precautions, not only you can really save time before you go out and submit the manuscript, but you can also make sure that you go through this entire editorial process quite smoothly. And that's what actually I'm going to talk now. So the third question, to you is that which parameters really do determine the quality of a scientific article? And if you really think this, the obvious answer would be the quality of the research, the robustness of the research. But at the same time, you will see that clarity in communication is also very, very important. If you cannot articulate what you have done in this particular work clearly, concisely, a poor communication cannot rescue a good research. And even if the research is top notch, just because the narrative is bad, both the reviewers as well as editors may not be able to do the proper justice. On the other hand, if you think that the language or the communication or the narrative is really, really good, but the research is not really good, then also you may face some problem, particularly when the review process is done very thoroughly. So both are important. And if both the, these 2 points, both these points are sort of satisfied, then this entire review process will be less time consuming and quite smooth. So often in our editorial discussions, we discuss these questions. And again, these questions I have written for this particular presentation today, that what steps do we really need before I write the first draft? And this is a question often asked by my own students, who are new students, they have never written anything. Then similarly, this is another interesting question, that how can I ensure that I'm using the proper manuscript language? Whatever I'm writing, is it really good, or does it really go with the journal where I'm thinking? And finally, how do I really build up my article properly? These are very common questions asked by early career researchers, and I will give some examples, again, based on my experience so far. First thing is that you have to determine whether you are ready to publish. And this is very important, particularly for an early career researchers. And often an early career researcher is not able to decide this. So his or her mentor, supervisor, takes this decision that, okay, now there are enough results, so we can try to publish it. So the question is that you have to decide whether the results that you have, it advances the understanding in a specific research field, topic, or subtopic. Now, how do you decide this? Obviously, you have to think about the current knowledge gap, whether your results are new, or you are proposing a new methods to do something, or from technology perspective, whether it's really giving some new information. There are certain types of publications where you try to reinterpret the published results, typically in a review article. Or if you are trying to sort of publish a commentary, then it's not really a new research, but rather provide your personal opinion on certain topics. But the key question is that the results that you are going to show, or your narrative, whether that conveys clearly what is new. Once you feel that, yes, you are ready to publish based on this, then you need a strong manuscript. So what is the strong manuscript? So obviously, a strong manuscript means it has a very clear, useful, and exciting message. And the narrative is in a logical manner. I have handled many publications, many manuscripts where I have seen that the research is good, but it's not very clear from the narrative, particularly in the introduction itself, that what is actually done in this particular work. So people tend to, write so many different things in the introduction, which is not arranged in a logical fashion to provide any idea that what exactly is done. And those kind of manuscripts actually, put off the reviewers. They lose interest once they start reading it. And then once a negative impression is created in mind, the tendency of human being is to provide, they cannot really do actually an unbiased judgment, because you are already kind of getting a bias that it's really bad. It's very, very important to convey what is the significance of the result. And usually whenever a manuscript comes to a journal and then the editor decides, obviously editor goes through the whole manuscript and all, abstract, and the last part is very important, conclusions. And again, when it goes to the reviewer, many times reviewer only sees the abstract of the manuscript, and based on that abstract, the reviewer decides whether she is interested to review it or not. If the abstract is not exciting, then the chance obviously is that they will not be ready to review it and then introduce in time. Introduction, as I said, is extremely important. We think that in an introduction, you just write whatever is there in the field. No, it's not. You need to really set the present work in the right context. And if you don't do that, again, people will not get that clarity. As I said, that not just whether you are ready to publish, but what type of articles you are ready to write. Is it a full research article? Is it a short communication or letters, review article, perspective, commentary? And accordingly, then you prepare the structure of the manuscript. So my tip would be you self-evaluate. And if you cannot judge on your own, it's always a good idea to get opinions of the peers or colleagues. In many institutions, it is mandatory before submitting to the journal to get the manuscript checked internally. Usually in India, we do not have that kind of system. But even in India, I know there are places where internally the manuscript is checked in a sense that whether everything is in proper order, or people feel that, it's not really enough to report. There are both good and bad ways for this. There could be, unnecessary influence. If someone is really publishing, and if there is an internal sort of review process, then, because of jealousy and all, people may say that it's not good enough and all. But in many other countries, this is a quite common norm, where people really give internal, this opinion quite freely and all. If you feel that your atmosphere is just like that, don't hesitate. Obviously, depending on what type of manuscript you are writing, citations depend on that. So usually the review articles, they always attract huge citations because they're reviewing a particular topic. So it's expected that, many more people will cite it. Research letters also get high citations because they are presenting a very novel methodology or some science. And as I said earlier, that letters are determined based on the novelty of the work and how it will drive research in future. So these are the articles which always draw high citation. However, writing review article is a completely different thing than writing any other type of article. I have seen many review articles are submitted as review articles, but really very, very bad job, because people think that review article means simply collect the information which is out there and say that, okay, this is, it is. What most people miss from review articles is that what is the new thing, that based on the existing knowledge, where are the research gaps, what is the way forward? If that is not clearly laid out, the review articles most certainly will not be accepted. Okay, so once you choose the right journal, and how to choose the right journal, obviously you go through the aims and scope of the journal. Every journal has laid out the scope very clearly. Go to their website, look into the kind of manuscripts that they are publishing, what is their readership. As I said, that interdisciplinary journals like Nature Groups and others, they are quite multidisciplinary. It means there is a broad audience compared to many disciplinary journals, which has a more focused audience. So you will see that those journals who has a broad audience give a lot of importance on how you present your results in the context of the audience that are not really expert in that field. That means not only you are presenting your results and interpreting it in the context of that particular field, but you are also laying out the applicability of this knowledge in other fields too. Now, if you are not really sure that what is the right journal for you, again, the tips is that once you write a manuscript and you are citing references in your manuscript, if you look at those citations, the journals that typically are appearing in your reference list are the right sets of journal for your present manuscript. But as I said, if you plan to submit to a multidisciplinary kind of journal, make sure that the broad implications of the results are clearly conveyed, not only in your abstract, but also in your discussion. Once again, this is clear that you have decided, okay, I'm going to send this manuscript to a particular journal, then you start writing it. Language and narrative are extremely important. I've been telling this. We think that, we can write something and then review process will take care of this, like typos and all. It's not. It's author's responsibility to ensure that the manuscript is in best possible form. You will not believe it. I have seen so many manuscripts that are submitted to journals with typos, wrong grammar, and if that happens, then most likely this manuscript will be rejected before it's sent out for review. If you are not really confident about your writing style, there are resources that you can take help of. For example, Grammarly software freely available to check. And mostly I've seen actually people make mistakes in writing the grammars and narrative structures and all. Give importance to clarity, objectivity, accuracy of the results, and brevity. Particularly in the science fields, whenever you are presenting some scientific results, make sure that you are using right statistics to describe it. And what also helps is that writing short and direct sentence rather than very, very long sentence, complicated, which ultimately does not really convey what you want to say. Some examples again, from my experience. So just look at this sentence. If you write this, cloud cover is higher in the monsoon season in India. Now, grammatically, this is not wrong, but what it misses is that this word higher, this is actually an adjective, right? You cannot say that something is higher than some higher and not say that what is that reference with respect to which you are comparing. So you cannot say simply cloud cover is higher in the monsoon season. It is higher in that season with respect to what? So this is a better sentence, that cloud cover is higher in the monsoon season relative to the pre-monsoon season, for example. Then it makes sense that yes, you are comparing two seasons and you are saying that in one season, this particular variable has higher values. So this type of things we miss, and we means particularly the students, they don't think actually properly when they write. Each sentence is important. And again, one example could be, just see this sentence, cloud cover increases with aerosol loading. Again, grammatically correct, but question is that you are not pointing out whether cloud cover will increase if the aerosol loading will increase, or cloud cover increases with aerosol loading declining. So what you have to do, again, you have to be very clear in the message, and what you should write, that cloud cover increases with an increase in aerosol loading or with a decrease in aerosol loading, whatever you are getting from your results. So these are some of the simple examples I always give my students, that whenever you're writing, we think that these are not important, but these are important. Again, some tips, for example, for known facts and hypotheses, it's always better to use present tense. When you are explaining the work, you can use past tense. Do not use this kind of abbreviations like has not, warned in typical manuscript. Again, nowadays using abbreviations is very common. So first, when you are using some abbreviation, define the full form. Then you mention the abbreviation or acronym, and then consistently use that acronym throughout the manuscript. And again, avoid using unorthodox term or giving some jargon abbreviation of a very large phrase or something like that. So this really makes it difficult to read and understand. When you write, read each sentence very carefully, then read the whole paragraph, then you read the next paragraph and see whether there is a continuity in the narrative. For example, again, this is an example from a manuscript. Somebody is written in the conclusion that in this report we have installed a model. Obviously, this does not make sense, because in the report the model has not been really installed. Model has been installed in the computer. So there is no point even saying that we have installed a model. Rather, you just simply convey what you have done, or what the model output is there. Even if you have to write and install a model, then you say that using a model we have done something so and so thing. So this kind of clarity and all, again, I'm discussing. So once you start structuring your manuscript properly, manuscript always has 3 sections, you all know. It's a titular section, which has a title, abstract keywords. Then you have main section, and then you have acknowledgement, references and all. Good title is again very important. So if your title is good, short, catchy, then the chance that the manuscript will be cited also increases significantly. And that's the statistics from the publication sites. This is just one example. So look at this title, which was initially given, preliminary observations on the effect of zinc element on anti-corrosion of zinc plating layer. So during the review process, this title has been changed to simple and short, effect of zinc on anti-corrosion of zinc plating layers. Now, there are many things. One is that this initial title is really long. There are a lot of redundancy. For example, zinc is already an element, so there is no point of writing zinc element. And then preliminary observations are nearly not required. And again, I can give many different other examples, but I think it makes my point. Abstract, very important. In the abstract also, you have to bring out the novelty or significance of your results. So you start the abstract with the background, then what has been done in this present work, what are the key results, and how do you interpret and apply these results in the broader context. In the introduction, again, clearly identify the knowledge gap. You start with the broad topic, then come down to the specific topic, then provide the literature that is out there for that particular topic. If your work is focusing on a particular area, then why doing a regional or local scale study is important. You have to spell it out. Otherwise, many journals, they do not give much importance to the local studies. If it is a local, I'm not saying that local studies are not good. I'm only saying is that if it is a local study, you have to really highlight the requirement of doing this local study. If not, then most likely that in a good journal will not review it or accept it. Don't extend the introduction too long. In the method section, I think this is relatively easy. So introduce the study area if necessary, then describe the data. But what important point I will tell you is that in the method section, many times I have seen that people just introduce the data and say that we have processed this data, but how the data has been processed, what statistical analysis is done, those details are missing. And it is absolutely important to clearly describe the analysis that you have done to get the results. Then this method section also should clearly spell out if there are any assumptions or not. In the results, tell a clear, easy to understand story. Make it structured as much possible as you can with subheadings. First, you report the key findings. As I said, scientific results must accompany statistical analysis. And then in the discussion, you discuss the implication of your results that you have presented in the result section. You also clearly spell out what are the limitations which should be kept in mind when one interprets these results. And this discussion section will actually make the difference between an ordinary article and a good article. Figures and tables, very important when you're writing a manuscript. The figure or table captions should be self-explanatory. I have seen very, bad figure captions showing nothing. Multi-panel figures should be properly labeled. All the access should be, should have a proper units. Quality of the figures should be publication standard. Many journals are now requiring that you prepare your color figures suitable for color blind people. That means you cannot use certain combination of colors. You have to use the combination of colors that a color blind person can distinguish. For example, you can go through this AGU publishing guideline for this. So we do not encourage people to use certain colors which the colorblind people cannot distinguish. Conclusion and references. Obviously, in conclusion, you summarize how the work has advanced from your perspective, the current knowledge. Do not use any statements as conclusions like, in this work we have analyzed and all. That should come in the discussion. Conclusion, be very specific, what is new. In the references, again, avoid too much self-citation and conform very strictly to the journal reference style. There are now several tools available, students can take help of. Last, authorship criteria is very important. We give a lot of importance on credit structure. Usually first author is who has led the analysis and wrote the first draft. Corresponding author is usually the first author or a senior author who has supervised the work. Try to avoid ghost authorship. Clearly identify within the authors who have done what. Cover letter, extremely important. We think that, cover letter is not necessary because we have all the information. No, the cover letter is your opportunity to convince the editor about the importance of your work. So clearly mention what is new in your work in the cover letter. If it's a revised submission, also prepare a cover letter and clearly tell how you have addressed the reviewer's comment. So that really saves a lot of time and creates a very good impression. And finally, before you submit, do your own plagiarism check. You can use Turnitin or other softwares if available to your university. Even if you don't do this, the journal will do for you. And as I said, if the similarity is found high, the manuscript will be returned and it will waste your time and everyone else's time. So finally, last slide, key takeaways. As I said, editors and reviewers are really busy. So if the manuscript does not create a good impression at first, and it fails to highlight novelty, it will not get the due credit. The most important thing, keep in mind that a bad presentation can spoil a good research. And at the same time, a very good narrative cannot rescue a bad research. So you need to find that delicate balance between the quality of the research and how you are presenting the results to the outer community. And finally, as I said, that you start proper planning from the beginning so that you can save significant time from the inception to the publication stage. With that, I thank you for your kind attention and giving me the opportunity to talk about this. If there are any questions, I'll be very happy to help. I will share these slides. I will send it to Dr. Sanjana, if you can then share with all the participants.
Now you're on mute.
Thank you, Professor Day. It was an excellent eye-opener presentation, I should be saying, because lots of inputs you have given and lots of clarity we have got how to publish our papers. Because many of us are facing problems sometimes, maybe kind of rejection of our paper, or maybe some kind of explanations are missing. So you have given a very, very clear picture on that, and very nicely you have explained and highlighted the experience in editorial assignments. What is the rejection rate and their possibility causes? What is the review process? What are the parameters of the quality of scientific articles? And you have elaborated what is the strong manuscript, how we can choose the right kind of journal, how to build a proper manuscript. Results and discussions should be clear and easy to understand the whole story. Excellent and excellent. Now we have a few questions also. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor sir has written that, Professor P.V. Sharma sir has written that excellent insight into the acceptance and rejection of publications in reputed journals. My question, however, is how rejection rate is related to impact of research paper?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Sharma. So usually, if you look at the statistics, what happens is that higher is the impact factor of a journal, higher is the rejection rate. And one of the reasons for this is that, first of all, they get more papers than they can really handle and publish. For example, if you look into Nature or other journals, they have a fixed number which they can publish in each volume, and almost 20 to 30 times more than that number is usually submitted. So for certain journals, what they consider, as I said, purely on the novelty aspect. Now, this novelty again is a very subjective term in my opinion. What I feel is novel may not be felt, similarly by another person. But there are some broad definition of novelty. And here again, the narrative is very important. So many times what it happens is that the novelty of any work is not really realized because the manuscript is not written in a way, there is lack of clarity that what are the research gaps and what new thing has been reported. And this is what actually can a good communication make, or the difference. If you can clearly define the novelty, then your paper or manuscript will at least go in the review process. Now, in those very high impact journal, I have seen that time to time they have their own focus, particularly in the for the multidisciplinary journal. Again, what happens is that certain fields get more importance than certain fields. For example, during COVID, a lot of priority was given to COVID related research rather than other types of research. But that's one example. But in general, just think about journal like Proceeding of National Academy of Science, or, as I said, the Science Advances and others. These are multidisciplinary journals. So they have editors of different disciplines, environmental science and all. I'm not saying that, one field, if you submit something from one particular field, it will not be reviewed or anything. All I'm saying is that depending on the editorial board structure and all, always some discipline gets more privileged and all. So in terms of acceptance and rejections, and in your question, obviously the rejection rate definitely depends on the quality of the research and all. Again, broadly, I am saying you cannot take this verbatim, that if a study is global or regional in nature than local, gets more priority. And that's why I said that if it's a local study, let's say if you are doing a measurement in a particular location and trying to report the results, high impact journals tend to not consider them because they think that local studies have very limited applicability. Now, from a local measurement, if you are coming up with a new process or methodology, then it has a big applicability. And many of these factors can actually determine eventually whether the manuscript will be accepted or reviewed or not.
Okay, we have another question, sir, from Dr. Sanjana ma'am. She asks, sometimes we don't get detailed explanation of rejected paper. They just write paper was not fit for a journal. Why that's so? Why is that?
So it could be like, the journal's focus is very different. Your paper really does not fit in. And that's why I'm suggesting that before you really submit to a journal, go through their aims and scope, because these aims and scope are very clearly defined. Now, atmospheric environment, the journal I am associated with, it always considers some chemistry component of the environment. You need not really have in a full chemical process or chemistry, but if you submit something purely from dynamics perspective, there is no not much on those sides, then most likely the manuscript will not be considered in atmospheric environment. Obviously, it does not mean that the research is not good. So very important to really check the aims and scope of the manuscript, of the journal before you submit it. Now, most likely, if they say it is not fit for our journal, this is the reason. But if it is rejected after review, then you will definitely get the proper reasons. You should get, otherwise you should context. You should contest actually the decision saying that, hardly anything is written. Any other question, Nisha? Hello? Am I audible?
Sorry, sir, there was some connection issue.
Oh, okay, sorry, yeah.
Yes, sir. So there's another question from Shreya. She's asking if there is a little to none explanation given after the rejection of the article, and still the author makes changes which they find suitable, can the paper still be accepted in other journals?
Absolutely. As I said, there are plenty of evidence that a manuscript has been rejected in a journal, and that the same manuscript, if you really do an improvement and all, gets accepted in a higher impact journal. See, you have to keep in mind two things. This whole process depends on 3 or 4 persons, 2 or 3 reviewers and the handling editor. If the work is really bad, obviously then it will get rejected. But if there is a merit to the work, most likely because the results are not properly explained, there is lack of clarity, maybe you are missing some important statistical tests and all, that's why the paper is rejected. So if you take if you address all these issues, you can again submit to the same journal, or as I said, any other journal, I'm sure it will get accepted. But make that effort, as I explained, and as I have seen actually that many people do not do this effort, but rather they think that, okay, there are so many journals, so somewhere it will get accepted. Every rejection, there is actually scope to learn something.
Okay, we have one final question, sir, again from Shreya. Are there particular formats in different research fields to help a new researcher to make his or her first draft?
Most of the journals, yes, most of the journals have their templates, sort of. See, if you go to again the journal website, along with aims and scope, you will see that many journals actually say that this is our template. So please follow that template. The nature journals need a very, very different narrative than many other journals. For example, if you're writing to Nature Scientific Reports or any other nature journals, you will see that methods come at the end. You start with an abstract, then this abstract has to be followed by a broad introductory paragraph, then what you have done, and then you directly come to the results. But the second paragraph should be broad summary of your methodology, not details, and then you refer that details are in the method section. So those journals have actually evolved the narrative in that way. If you are writing for Lancet type of journals, it's a very different narrative. Again, you have to even structure the abstract into introduction, methodology, and all. Please go to the journals. All journals are now, they have all the information that you need.
Okay. Thank you, sirs, for such an insightful and a very informative session. It has motivated most of us to get our papers published, and also we were made aware of the mistakes that we can avoid to get our paper from being rejected.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sagnidate. It was really, really very nice presentation. And we really look forward to see this kind of presentation again and again whenever we are writing our research papers. They will definitely give us lots of insights. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Yes, Nisha, our next resource person is ready.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, now I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Zishan Fatima. She is currently Associate Professor at Amity Institute of Biotechnology, Amity University, Haryana. She has earned her doctoral degree in biochemistry from Aligarh Muslim University in 2008. She has held research positions under nationally and internationally funded research projects, which also include her postdoctoral work from University of Cincinnati, Ohio, USA in 2010. Dr. Fatima has received 2 Young Scientist Awards under Fast Track and Women Scientist schemes, respectively from Science and Engineering Research Board, Department of Science and Technology, New Delhi. Additionally, she has backed extramural funded research projects from Board of Research in Nuclear Sciences, Mumbai, Ministry of Ayush and DBT and ICMR, New Delhi. She is actively engaged in research in the fields of infectious diseases, particularly of Mycobacterium and human fungal infections. She has successfully convened 3 national conferences as organizing secretary and several guest lectures. She is a life member of International Society of Infectious Diseases, Association for Microbiologists, and India and Society of Biological Chemists, India. May I now invite Dr. Zishan Fatima to kindly start the session.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Nisha. Am I audible?
Thank you, Dr. Fatima, to be with us today. Thank you so much to take your the time and effort to come on this platform and share your knowledge with us. Thank you so much, Dr. Fatima.
Thank you. My mic is okay?
Yes, yes.
And you are able to see my slide?
Yes.
Thank you for a nice introduction, elaborated introduction. Moving ahead to the presentation, I would like to acknowledge and thank, first of all, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir, entire organizing team from AUH and AIU, and particularly Dr. Sanjana Vij for inviting and giving me an opportunity to discuss a few things with a wonderful audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I will be discussing the drug resistance, which we all know is an alarming global multifaceted phenomenon. Just rebrushing the antibiotics, we all know that antibiotic is having the Greek origin, which means opposing life, which is against the microbes. By definition, it is chemical substance that is secreted or made up or synthesized by microorganism by itself, and they work against another microorganism to destroy or inhibit their growth. Since antiquity, we have seen that there are antibiotics. Even in the Egyptian mummy, there are found to be traces of antibiotics. But scientifically, in 1928, Alexander Fleming was the first to identify penicillin from bacteria by serendipity. But it took almost a decade to introduce it as a bactericidal. But let me tell you, the first commercially available antibiotic was Prontocel instead of penicillin by a German biochemist, Kirill Domek. And these two gentlemen, Frohle and Chen, they are actually the one who has scaled up and purified the penicillin and used in the market for production in large scale. 1940 and 1962 are supposed to be the golden era for the antibiotics, because most of the antibiotic, even in the day today we are using, are from these years. This is a brief history of antibiotic. As we have seen that penicillin was the first one to develop in 1928. But we all know that penicillin was used in the World War II for the soldiers there. And at that time, even very early, when Alexander Fleming and his co-worker was receiving the Nobel Prize, they already alarmed about the drug resistance. And in 1948 only, after 43 to 48 only, they have seen the first pandemic for drug resistance against penicillin. And after that, so many antibiotics has been developed, but our bug is also developed together as superbugs, and they act against the antibiotic which is being used against them. So very brief and basic about the bacteria. We all are already aware that there are two types of bacteria, aerobic and anaerobic, which are grown inside our system. And they are of two types based on gram staining, gram positive and gram negative. And on the basis of their structure, they are also divided into so many. I mean to say there are several bacteria here for which there are antibiotics. So antibiotic is also classified depending upon their spectrum of activity. So here we can see that there are three main categories. One is based on the spectrum. There are narrow spectrum and broad spectrum antibiotics. Then their site of action and their mode of action. So here we can see that narrow spectrum antibiotics is actually related to the group of a small bacteria, one single species. For example, isoniazid is acting against mycobacteria. Broad spectrum antibiotics are the antibiotics which covers a broader range, maybe gram positive and negative. And the mode of action, for example, bactericidal, the second one was bactericidal and bacteriostatus. We can, from the term, we already know that these are the antibiotics which actually kills the bacteria, and bacteriostatic antibiotics which inhibits the growth of and reproduction and flourishment of the microorganisms. There are various mechanisms through which the antibiotics work. For example, penicillin, they inhibit the synthesis of cell wall. Tetracycline, they inhibit the protein synthesis. DNA synthesis is inhibited by quinolones, RNA synthesis by rifampicin, and similarly for narrow spectrum, for example, penicillin G acts against gram-positive, amino-oxy glyoxylase are against gram-negative, and for broad spectrum, we have example from ampicillin and amoxicillin. Now we can see the chronology. If you remember the lecture from Dr. Anirban, there was a discussion on how difficult it is the funding and how difficult is the research for finding out new molecules. So here we can see that in initial phases, we start with a number of thousands of compounds. and we check in the laboratory the target, their target selection, their target validation, their lead finding, and after that lead optimization. And it takes a huge lot of time, maybe an average of 5 years. Then from here, the second stage comes in the preclinical trials, and only from thousands of compounds, only few are selected for the preclinical trials, where we see their studies in animal, their response, their toxicity, their safety, their pharmacoanalysis are done in the preclinical studies, and it again takes a lot of time. Then it enters the advanced phases, which is clinical trial onto human. And we know that we have clinical phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trials, where the toxicity and side effects have been tested. Then safety and doses have been decided, and their effectiveness has been checked. And it takes a whole lot of time again. And out of so many, only few enters the clinical trials. Like here, only 5 is depicted. And then after that, it needs to be submitted for the new drug application approval from FDA. And you can see that out of so many, only a few, or normally 1 compound out of 5 goes into for the FDA approval, where it again takes a whole lot of time. And naturally, they have to identify the all the results, all the data available from the preclinical to phase 1, 2, and 3, and they propose their labeling. They have to identify their patent information and also define the direction for their use. So it naturally takes some time. And after this, now comes the role of industry and manufacturing and taking into the clinics and their larger scale production. And here also we can see in the phase 2, this again goes for longer time for the phase 2, phase 4 trial. This is a regulatory approval which have a long time surveillance for their usage, between their usage. Now, to summarize, we have drug lead, then rational designing, then hit to lead trial, and then intellectual property, right? And then deciding the drug candidate, which again depends upon well-defined pharmacostudies studies, and they see that it is easily modifiable and it is safe, even the cost-effective during the scale-up process. Then simple reaction mechanisms are there, it is not very complex. Then adherence to the green chemistry principles and chemically stable. So entire process from discovery to market, there are the success is really very defining. And you can see the phase 1 clinical trial, there is approval of only around 14% of the drug candidate which enters the phase 1 clinical trials. And phase 2 clinical trial, 35%, 60 almost from the phase 3 trials. And even after the submission for approval, it is not 100%, rather it is only 83% around. This is a table showing the different candidates, drug candidate which has been approved for, here it is actually cancer, and it is only 3.4%. And we know that huge amount of money, huge amount of researches are going on the cancer, and there is approval rate is only 3.4. And similarly for so many other diseases there, you can see the approval rate is so low. And naturally, this table is showing a long effort, dedication, time involvement from the early discovery to the FDA approval. It takes around more than 13.5 years. And it is a very high cost involving affair. Like here we can see from 2008 data, it took around $15,000 million, which is now inflated to more than 17,000 million US dollars. And different industries which are involved, big industries like AstraZeneca, then GlaxoSmithKline, then Pfizer, they are investing huge amount of money. But the approval rate, you can see here, the number of approval for AstraZeneca is only 5. And they spend on the per drug more than 11 is almost $12 million and the average cost which they use for their production from 1997 to 2011, it is 60,000 almost millions US dollars. And similarly, rest of the companies, it is huge amount of money which has been invested by different industry for their research and development, drug development process. This is a very interesting picture which is made by one of my student, a graduated student. She joined our lab, and she made this very interesting picture, and I thought to include here that when we are happy, our microbiota is there, and everybody knows that microbiota is very helpful to maintain our healthy condition. So in normal condition, it is okay, happy, healthy, fine. But yes, when there is some infection and we have drugs for the treatment, then also the condition is under control and it is moving freely, finally. But in the drug-resistant condition, then it becomes certainly a problem. When we say any drug to be drug-resistant, if it is the number exceeded from 10 to the power 8 number per ml bacteria from an antibiotic of this much microgram per ml, that means it is now resistant. This is a picture I found very interesting, which tells about the drug discovery and their drug resistance. Here we can see that penicillin, which has been started in 1928, and it was used actually in 1940s. And here the first case of penicillin resistance was found in 1947. Then there is a valinomycin, which has been discovered in 1956, approved by FDA in 1958, and first case of resistance was visible in 1986. This was even a good period of time, but we can have an example of linezolid, where we can see that in 1996 it was discovered. 4 years it took for the FDA approval, and finally, just within a year, it got resistant from S. aureus, and like so forth and so on. So it is drug resistance is giving a very alarming and very crisis situation, because we can see in worldwide more than 0.7 million deaths per year because of resistant microbial infections. And USA, you can see that 2 million infections occur per year and 23,000 deaths per year, which is estimated to cost around $55 billion. And there is a chart which shows an expected death by 2020, and that's showing really an alarm. And it shows that there is some pandemic-like situation which we are ignoring, it's silent. Here we can see that 10 million, which exceed even the cancer, cholera, diabetes, and other so many diseases, even including the road traffic accidents, they are exceeding all, and it is reaching to around 10 million person by 2020. And that is going to cost around $100 trillion economy burden, global economy burden. And now coming to the classification of drug resistance. We can see primary resistance. There are secondary resistance, primary resistance, which occur inherently. The pathogen become inherent and resistant to certain antibiotics. And there is secondary resistance, which can be intrinsic by their own factors and with the environmental factors. And they may be multi-drug resistant. They can be extensive drug resistance. And now we have a term pan-resistant, means it is resistant to almost all the drugs available in the market or in the clinics. Earlier, it was termed as totally drug resistance, but WHO has given a warning that it must not be used as totally drug resistance. There has been hope, maybe we are not knowing this time. So now the pan resistance are being used. So here is a chart showing that most of the microorganisms fall into the drug resistant category. But yes, so many, a huge 50% MDR and then XDR, then a low number, but it's still very high because each life matters so much in the micro niche. I found this cartoon very interesting online in the web sources, and it described the mechanism of drug resistance so simply. So here we can see that drug, when we give antibiotic, they are taking in by their cell surface, they are taken inside. But when they become resistant, then their permeability and fluidity of the membrane, cell membrane increases, and they do not allow the drug to go inside. And then they show the resistance. Again, the drug efflux pumps, which is ancient and major mechanism of drug resistance here. If you give the drug, then they have more efflux pump activity, and they efflux the drugs out, and that is how they survive. Then there are mutation through drug, and which leads to drug target alterations. For example, here the drug target is shown in a very beautifully in a circular form, and here you can see a triangular. They change the shape. The target is now changed, so antibiotic feel difficult to identify its targets. Then there are enzyme modification. They, in certain cases, they develop certain mechanism, or they express some enzyme, or the activity has been increased, which start degrading the antibiotic. Then one of the major mechanism is the biofilm formation and quorum sensing. Very interestingly, they join hand in hand together, and they form a single film, and they cover through some secretions, like secretion, which do not allow antibiotic to enter, and they form a resistant covering and become resistant for so many antibiotics. So it is an overview of the same mechanism, that there is altered membrane permeability and fluidity. There is increased drug efflux pumps, either activity or their expressions. And there is alteration or mutation in the drug targets, and there can be overexpression of the drug targets, even the inactivation or degradation by enzymes. Now, coming to the causes of drug resistance, the most important cause is the misuse of antibiotic by human sources. We all know, if we are feeling sick, if we get infected, normally what we do is just take a medicine and forget rest. So this medicine, whether it is important to take at this point of time, whether we are taking a sufficient dose for it, is not bothered at all. And so they give a huge proportion of the drug resistance, contribution to the drug resistance, and their presence in the environment. How? Because it has been used in the animals so much without even considering their harm effect on them. And then food industries, they are contributing. Then agri industries, they are contributing. Even the poor hygiene, they contribute. And already in environment, we are exposed to antibiotic without knowing or even knowing about it. We are just supposed to have that into antibiotic, and we get know only after when there is some infection, and then it shows that already we are resistant to that antibiotic. And of course, there is a lack of diagnostic procedures, and there is no short and short procedure diagnostic available for identifying that am I resistant to a particular medicine before I take it, or before I fall sick with that particular infection. So here is a cartoon depicting that if somebody goes to the doctor, they can control. Yes, obviously they are helping us in controlling the infection, but yes, so many times there are infections, and the usage of different equipments, they get infected, and then contaminated equipments, if they are used for the other person, they also get the infection, resistant infections. And also incorrect doses without prescribing, without knowing that it is actually needed and how much it is actually needed. So many times it has been prescribed and people take, and they become resistant when they actually need it. So what are the problems associated with the drug resistance? It prolongs the illness. the mortality rate increases, decrease in effectiveness of the drug, and obviously high medical cost. It is a major threat to the available therapeutics. And then they are easy target for the immunocompromised people who are in long-time medication, or some burn patients, or who are taking treatment, suppose in diabetic condition and rest of the condition, cancerous condition. They are become the easy targets. Let me tell you that initially, the drug resistance or antimicrobial resistant term was specifically used for the bacterial infection. Then it's extended an umbrella to all the microorganisms, including fungal infections, then viral infection and other pathogenic infections. But now it has been observed that the cells, like cancerous cells, they are showing the resistance, and they have the similar mechanism as we can see in the infected resistant cells. They also have different transporter, increased activity, or their expression got increased. Their different drug metabolism, drug uptake by permeability and fluidity, and there are drug target modifications, gene regulation, and there are apoptotic signaling pathways which are involved in their resistance. But this is not limited to the cancer cell, but metabolic diseases, for example, insulin. You would have observed in your surrounding a certain when somebody is having diabetic. Earlier, some pills were enough to, but with time they are supposed to switch on to the insulin, and then their doses increases. This insulin resistance can be contributed by so many factors, and most obvious is obesity, aging, genetics, medication. Then there are rare disorders. And obviously, they are going to deteriorate the condition of type 2 diabetes, PCOS, atherosclerosis, then dyslipidemia and hypertension. After hearing so many problems, now, obviously, you all will be thinking, what are the remedies? So there is remedy. There is remedy. And the remedy lies in the term responsibility. We all have to be responsible at various levels. The first of all, we have to be responsible at the individual level. If suppose I get some infection, I must not try to get the medicine from any counter and be my own doctor. Rather, we should approach to a medical professional, and then their responsibility starts. That is it actually they need antibiotic treatment or not? And if antibiotic, what kind of antibiotic they need, what are the doses that needs to be decided. And then comes the responsibility from the research people. The scientists need to have evolve more drugs, more mechanism, more ways so that this drug resistance can be controlled. And obviously, it should be in hand with the industry because they are the one who can support the research, and they can take up the challenge of scaling up and marketing different products, which is the scientists, they sometimes they evolve, but because of the high cost and cost effectiveness, they used to reject. So they come the responsibility of each and every one. And then finally to the policymaker as well, they has to be, they are also responsible. There are people who are already, and there are programs which for the propagation of awareness about the drug resistance. And there should be laws, strict laws and they should make some policy for reinforcements. Then there are the prescription limits. They should see that it has not been sold out in regular counters anywhere. There people can go and they can have the drugs without prescription. WHO has declared few pathogen as escape pathogen, depending upon their resistance level and their clinical significance. They termed as priority pathogen for pharmaceutical companies. Even WHO has now this in November, a week which is celebrated as World Antimicrobial Awareness Week, or week, which is in 18 to 24th November, to improve the understanding and awareness about the drug resistance. And this year, last year, just we past 22, was the theme with the theme preventing antimicrobial resistance together. Obviously, together is very important. We have to be united together to end the drug resistance. So academic people, research, industry, hospital, they all have to come together. They should work in hand in each level to end up this resistance. Now coming to my research area, I am since 2003, means around 20 years working on tuberculosis. Tuberculosis and human fungal infections are the main area of my interest. And my lab is engaged in checking out the lipidome. So as we are aware that there was an era for the genomics, then proteomics, now we are moving into an era of metabolomics, where lipidomics is just going to play a very major role. And we see that lipids are no more bystanders, rather they are now identified to have been engaged in more effective and more significant role. Even we have seen that lipids are involved in pathogenic responses, immunogenic responses. And here we can see that mycobacterium, which is a very significant pathogen claiming so much of life every year, around 3 million lives. So they fall not exactly in the gram positive, neither they are in gram negative category. Rather, they are some way towards gram positive, and they are stained by acid staining. They have very different lipidome. They have mycolic acid in their lipids. So our lab is engaged in checking out what are the lipids involved in pathogenesis of Mycobacterium tuberculosis, and what are the changes they are bringing in the membrane when they are not allowing the drug to enter into them. The other area is micronutrient stress, which is again very significant, that we know the micronutrient which is required for our own survival is required for the pathogen survival as well. So there becomes a struggle to acquire iron or different micronutrients. And this is very interesting. Natural inhibitors, we know when there was no antibiotic, even then from the Vedic age, we know that the disease were treated by so many herbs, so many important ways. So we need to relook now. We are again, the whole clock is moving back, and we are trying to relook the ancient sources. What were they? Are they going to aid this antimicrobial resistant problem? So a brief introduction about Mycobacterium tuberculosis, which is a bacteria causing infection through this is a communicable infection, which primarily affects lungs, but yes, it is causing infection in each and every part of the body, which we rarely understand. Even there are reports for ocular tuberculosis. The good point is this, that tuberculosis is curable. There are first-line anti-TB drugs, which acts against the sensitive bacteria, but the problem is again the drug resistance. Then we have second-line injectable drugs, and there are some new drugs in the market, and some are in the clinical trials. They have the similar the mechanism which I have discussed in my previous slides: target alteration, efflux overexpression, membrane permeability, and modification of the drug. So we need to have certain new mechanism to combat the drug resistance. And we know that microenvironment where the bacteria goes and flourish, they also have certain effects. And we are just looking for the micronutrient stress. In particular, here I am having the slides with iron homeostasis, and we see that iron is available, but it is not freely available inside our system. So there exists a struggle between the pathogen and our own self to acquire iron from the system. And whosoever gets the more iron survives well. So first of all, we have tried to establish a condition where the iron deprived condition is being established, and we have done the further experiment on these deprived conditions. And we saw that first-line anti-TB drugs, they become more in iron deprived condition, suppose in rifampicin or ethambutol or isoniazid, you can see the sensitivity. It has enhanced the sensitivity of first-line anti-TB drugs. Even we have seen in multi-drug resistant strains that they have, and they are becoming sensitive to the previously used drugs or the doses. We have tried to find out sensitive laboratory strains, and we checked with the single drug resistance and multi-drug resistant strain, and we found that iron deprivation is actually helping the drug to be more active in all rifampicin, ethambutol, isoniazid, and even second-line streptomycin. Then we were interested to see what are the mechanisms involved. So we saw the colony morphology and sliding mortality of the mycobacterium colonies, and we found that they are certainly they are going to be different. It is going to alter the morphology and mortality, even cell sedimentation rates. For checking out the membrane integrity, we performed certain experiment, and this micrograph clearly shows that this is the control and this is iron deprived. You can see the bacteria, they are losing their integrity. And when it is treated with first-line anti-TB, they're almost like gone, rifampicin and isoniazid, and here ethambutol and streptomycin. Then ROS is one of the major mechanisms. So we have seen that it is the iron deprivation is actually helping. Then there was toxicity stress, and we have seen through certain experiments that the gene toxicity effect was enhanced in iron deprived conditions. And we checked certain microenvironmental condition. Then we see that in here also, it is in respect to the control, iron deprived condition is really showing effect. For example, glyoxylate cycle, which is present in bacteria, but it is not operative or not present in the human subjects. So it is very important cycle as in the point of drug targets. It is very interesting drug targets, and we have seen that the enzyme associated with this drug and this glyoxylate cycle, they get inhibited in iron deprived conditions. This is biofilm. We have stained, we have done different experiment, different stain, and here you can see in control versus the iron deprived, it is almost gone. So it is one of the major mechanisms. And here, the primary thing is the cell adherence. So here we can see the human buccal epithelial cells. The cell get adhered here. In control, so many cells, bacterial cell get adhered to a human epithelial cell. But in iron deprived condition, this adherence is restricted, and adherence is the first step to form biofilm. So biofilm, maybe because of the adherence, they are not forming. Then we check the efflux pumps and efflux pumps activity by ETBR accumulation assays, and we can see that in comparison to the control, there is more accumulation of drug or ETBR inside the mycobacterium cells. Then we check the efflux pump activity and in mycobacterium and its surrogate model is McMetis, and we found that the iron deprivation is actually decreasing the efflux activity. And also it is very effective for different drugs, first-line anti-TB drugs. Then we have seen the MMPL3 family, where you can see clearly the control, and in the iron deprived condition, it is more accumulated. This function is restricted in both model organism as well as Mycobacterium tuberculosis. Then we checked out the mycolic acid, which is very important in case of Mycobacterium tuberculosis. And there are different classes of Mycobacterium mycolic acid, like alpha, keto, methoxy. It can be seen in the control, whereas it is almost gone in the iron deprived environment. And here you can see the difference clearly. And we further going through mass spectrometry, we can actually identify which are the mycolic acid which are supposed to be gone here. In methoxy mycolic acid, which is supposed to be involved in immunogenic responses, it is gone completely under iron deprived condition. Even the fluidity and permeability is disturbed. This is a very good cartoon, which one of my PhD students have made. It shows that when MMPL is active, then drug is there. And it is also helpful in mycolic acid, the membrane get intact. But when there is MMPL restricted activity, this mycolic acid do not go in here and making the membrane and helping not this drug to be not flushed out, and therefore it is increasing the susceptibility to anti-TB drug accumulation increases, MMPL transporter expression decreases, mycolic acid content in the membrane decreases, and as a result, fluidity and permeability is enhanced. So we have in Amity University itself, in our laboratory, we have C. elegans model, and we can see that in iron deprived condition, they are surviving. They have the survival rate high. Number of nematode, they have high survival rates. And these results, these were the results which we have published in different journals. Rahul Pal is my student, PhD student. He is now working as RO in THSTI, and he has published these results in these journals. Finally, I would like to acknowledge my collaborators, who helped me in different experiments. And obviously, nothing is possible without financial support. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Amity University for providing me a platform where I can do my work. And funding agency, we have funding from all the major funding agencies like DST, ICMR, DBT, VRNS, Ministry of Ayush. So he is the one, Rahul, and this is our small group. And foremost, it would be incomplete if I won't acknowledge the support from our founder president, so in form of vision and mission to the Amity University for concern regarding research, which is so significant. We are all understanding through this FDP by the FDP regularly. And our Chancellor, sir, he is always supporting, even when initial days is when we were in process of developing lab here. He used to personally visit our labs and used to ask what else you are in need of. And obviously, it cannot be complete without our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, because he is constantly a source of inspiration. He is approving anything which we need. We go for so many things all the time, and he is always available. Even in the COVID time, he was available. And we asked for his help to allow us to work when there was nothing working. In one of our COVID project, he instantly, without thinking twice, he allowed us to work. And our Pro-Vice Chancellor, sir, even whenever he meets in the way, he just say, do you need anything? It is so remarkable. Thank you so much, all of you. And then I would like to thank the members from AIU. And it won't be complete if I won't personally thank Dr. Sanjana Vich. She is constantly in my contact, although I remember that I had this talk. Even she used to remind me that you are supposed to give on. Thank you so much. And obviously, Dr. Parijat and Nisha, Dr. Nisha, for being there all the time. Thank you so much. I'm ready for any question from the audience.
Thank you, Dr. Fatima. It was an excellent presentation, although it was very technical, but still we have got lots of inputs from you. You have very well highlighted drug development chronology, the mechanism of drug resistance, overview, causes of drug resistance and diabetes. So lots of things we have learned through you today as far as this drugs are concerned. Few questions are there on the chat box. Dr. Nisha has posted one question that do traditional medicines always have drug resistance?
Traditional medicine, if you are talking about natural products, for example, turmeric, or you are talking about something like tulsi, because it is a natural ingredient. So we haven't ever experienced any drug resistance on it. There are no reports for the drug resistance for these. And even we do not know because limited researches are going on. But yes, now people are started working on it. And till now, there is no, in my knowledge, there is no report for drug resistance on natural products.
Okay. There is one more question from Dr. Ms. Shreya Goswami. She is writing, is Ayurveda more effective in some scenarios where resistance of some drugs is higher?
This is what I personally think, and that is the reason I'm having research orientation on natural and Ayurvedic system. And we have a project from Ministry of Ayush. They are also supporting us to identify. But the problem is so many things are there in Ayurveda. So many drugs are already there, but their scientific relevance is missing. So to prove their scientific relevance is the basic need nowadays, even the ministry is thinking of. So they are funding us to identify the scientific basis of their activity. So we are in the process of identifying the mechanism of action for different Ayurvedic drugs and drug formulations.
But Dr. Fatima, whenever we get ill, we always rush to allopathic rather than Ayurveda and homeopathic, because they have little slow process. So how we can convince ourselves basically that these medicines are good for our health and they don't have any side effects. So how we can do that?
It is really a very interesting question. I really appreciate you for this question. Actually, what happens when we get infection? So allopathy is purified compound, technically telling you that it is purified single compound, which has been scaled up and commercialized from the industry. And we take this compound because it is high in content, it reflects very quickly. The effect is so quick. But we know that in the Ayurveda or different other kind of traditional medicines, there is a balance. There is a natural healing. They allow the immune system to get activated, our own immune system to get activated. So it is not showing this just a quick response, rather it shows a quick healing process, which takes some time to be reflected. And naturally, when we are into some trouble, if we are having fever, we will go for some quick remedy rather for waiting for elongated. So I will, in my personal view, I would say that yes, a combination of both of them shall be there. So for the infection, when antibiotics are available, we can get a quick response, but it should be combined with some of the natural products, which gives you detail or long-term healing in the body.
But when we take both the medicines together, combined, okay, fine, we have now started with our allopathy, but and simultaneously we are having homeopathic, but we don't know whether homeopathic has shown us the result or allopathic has shown us the result. So that question remains unanswered always.
Yeah, it is debatable. So there are long debates on it, and people are still engaged in so many debates over it, which is more active. But yes, by our experience, we can say that the quick healing or the antibiotic are really, they are helpful in initial control of the infection. And then for the healing, naturally, you can depend upon the natural system, which is really our ancestors, since our ancestors, and we are using it and we have experience. So based on experience only, and now people have turned their orientation for identifying their scientific relevance. This is what the idea that now we have to look for the scientific mechanism, and maybe the purified compound from these medicine can be brought into the market.
Thank you so much. Okay, next question is from Dr. Shrikant Sharma. They are asking any novel and new method or precautions to avoid antibiotics drug resistance recently?
You cannot say it novel, but yes, there are mechanisms through which we have to be precautious in taking medicines. If there is some infection, we have to go to our medical practitioner. They are experienced. There are certain tests which allows you to specifically choose what antibiotic you are in need of, and what are the doses. Are you in need of 2 days, 3 days, 5 days? What is the due course? So we have to adapt those primitive ways to restrict this drug resistance. And I don't find that there are any novel mechanism through which we can restrict the drug resistance.
Okay. Shreya Goswami is writing that in relevance to my previous question, can we say Ayurveda has majorly developed?
Majorly developed, if I am understanding it correctly, it is, the problem is we do not have scientific evidence, and it faces so many questions from the Western world. I can highlight a few because I am into the research. So if you take aloe vera, suppose, for example, if we take aloe vera, so many times Western world say that what was the growth condition? What was the compound there at that time, which the plant you are using? So there are drug regulatory procedures which always comes in discussion when we talk about natural medicines. They say if you vary the condition of growing aloe vera, they might have certain compounds high, certain low, their components. So there are a large number of debates going on, and we have to prove it with scientific evidence that these are the condition, or these are the particular things which are allowing the natural healing from these ancient medicines or Ayurvedic medicines. So it will need some time to prove scientifically or bring on the evidences to convince the whole Western world.
Dear participants, do you have any question to ask? This is the right platform where you can ask questions related to research, maybe not exactly to drug, or maybe any question as far as research is concerned is coming in your mind. Please do write on the chat box, or maybe you can ask. Dr. Nisha, do you have any question?
No, I just had that question about the traditional medicines. Now, ma'am has very well explained it. I think I don't have any questions.
Yeah, Dr. Fatima, like when we have seen Ramayana and Mahabharata, they used to tell that they are going to the tree and picking some kind of leaves from that, and they will put it on the body, and the body will heal after putting that. So what kind of philosophy is that, and what kind of treatment is that, and why we are not following that kind of treatment now in the current scenario?
This is what I'm saying, that now we are again moving back to our ancient, if you say philosophy or whatever you can name, but we are now moving back because in Ayurveda or any system of medicine, we do not have enough researchers. They lag back. There become a leap difference between the nowadays allopathy, and they have substantial proof scientific relevance. But for these medicines, we are now looking forward, and now we are producing evidence that they are also effective and they have the natural healing power. So it will take some time, maybe from my personal view, it will take some time to actually identify.
Abdul is asking that how do we know that we are out of track when we are writing a research paper?
This is a question of my previous speaker, but yes, I can try because I also try to write few papers. So if you are trying to write something which your evidence or which your experimental data do not prove, so be sure that whatever you are writing in a paper, you should have concrete evidence of whatever the data you have. It cannot be elusive. Scientific paper means it has to be based on evidence. So evidence is the basic line which you need to follow in writing any paper. So if you write whatever you are substantiated with different experiment, it will be accepted.
Anyone else wants to ask any question? Dear participants, you are quite active. Please do ask questions. We have an expert with us. You will not get such people easily to answer to your queries. So if you have any question, any doubt, please do ask, or we can give you the right of speaking. And we can also on your video, if you have anything in your mind, any doubt. Dr. Francis, are you there? Dr. Francis? Dr. Mamta Mahapatra, are you there? Dr. Mahapatra?
Ma'am, I have one question. Like during COVID, we extensively used hand sanitizers and we're still using hand sanitizers almost every day. So has it affected the health of the people in any way? Like, are we falling?
There are certain reports. There are certain reports which tells that it had some not so good deteriorating effect on the skin. And even for the sanitizer, if you are using in excess, that's going to harm your skin. And even for the, that reminds me that oral mouthwash that we regularly use. So it is recommended to take some break when you are using. Don't use it regularly, take some break in between few days so that you can actually experience its effect. We are not all habitual of it. So you can take break and then continue.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for the answer.
You're welcome.
Yes, because this hand sanitizers during COVID, they have shown us little bad effects also because we have used them a lot, basically. So after like 15 to 20 days, our skin has become so dull and dry. So I think there is some precautions we really need to take while using this hand sanitizers. But what are those? Maybe we can just apply cream after, like before sleeping in the night. Otherwise, we don't have any solution to that. So if you can just tell us any solution to that, Dr. Fatima.
I think I'm not very good person, correct person to tell the solution. Is just by the basic knowledge, we can say, okay, we can have this limited use whenever required. And best is to wash your hands. Best is to wash naturally your hands.
Okay, we have with us Dr. Mamta Mahapatra. And Maqsood, can you give a right for sharing? Maqsood, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm giving you.
Give a right to Dr. Mamta Mahapatra.
Yes, I'm done, ma'am.
Dr. Mahapatra, can you open your video and audio? Can we see you? Yes, we know you are attending the FTP very much. We can, but still we want to see your face today. Dr. Mamta Mahapatra, can you open your video? If you have, I think you have rights to open your video and audio. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Yes.
Dr. Sanjana?
Yes, yes.
Actually, due to some spine problem, I am on bed rest.
Okay, okay.
For 20 days. So,
Oh.
but still then I am attending very much. And whenever, if you want, I will definitely ask some questions also. This is really interesting and I appreciate and thank you so much. All the speakers are excellent.
So you
This
can
is
ask
really
one
a research.
question. Thank you, Dr. Mamta. So you can ask one question from Dr. Fatima.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Am I audible, Dr. Fatima?
Yes.
Yeah. So I have a long, since long time, since I read Indian psychology much and some research papers also. And one of the students is pursuing PhD now, positive psychology and Bhagavad Gita, and doing some models also here. So yeah, sometimes is it there some kind of positivity is more related to using traditional medicines? Dr. Fatima.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Fatima.
Fatima is having today varied kind of question.
Yes.
I'm
It's
happy
not,
that
please don't feel, no, so, you know, it's not that
so
intentionally. So I'm just curious.
Actually, for me as individual, I feel happy in taking natural remedies rather switching on to the antibiotics or anything for my personal cases. For my kids even, I used to take this normal kadha and all the things.
Yes, yes.
Instead of yes, it is having positive psychology for me at this as an individual.
Okay, but the psychology is just opposite. And to this generation, if we see traditional medicine, there is less of a trial because, as you know, see, for example, I face it now. There are so much traditional medicines for this, for this arthritis and all this problem. But since my daughter is in cardiologist in AIMS, she says, "Mommy, this is not that. This is not result guaranteed." You know, I think there is something missing, Dr. Fatima, where we are not able to create the awareness among the youth.
Actually, you're correct. You are correct. In many cases, it happens. Like sometimes we actually it becomes debatable what to do and what not to do. And if you fall into the condition, then when you experience this condition, it really becomes very difficult. And even for the allopathic doctors, they are facing so much of condition. So many people they need to be on medication because we have short medication. Suppose if you are getting infected by, I'll talk about mycobacterium as one of the my research interest. So if I know that somebody is having mycobacterial infection, I won't suggest to drink kadha because this needs to be treated urgently, and we know there is short medicine available. So it is difficult. You cannot say that I am taking ginger and then honey and I'm going to treat my cough and cold. This is not normal cough and cold. We already know it is mycobacterial infection. We already know there are antibiotics which can heal us. So if you are taking something not so proven, it is not good. You are making your life at risk. So even you are putting doctor or your system around surrounding environment at risk. So it is better to consult the doctor because till we are having some proven evidence for small things or some long time effect, we can use it as adjunct therapy. But that cannot be the sole therapy or sole system to be adapted for any disease. This is what I am experiencing. So many times allopathic doctor, they complain that, okay, you had arthritis. Why don't you go for this medicine, that medicine? So there are, when we know there are short medication for, suppose in severe cases, for example, if we take cancer, it is essential to take chemotherapy. It is essential. So this we are not the one to decide. There are practitioners who are in the field. They have a long time experience. So we have to rely anyway on them.
Absolutely correct that we cannot rely totally on these things.
Yes.
Can be
Yes.
The secondary things.
It can be supportive. Yes, it's supportive. There is no doubt that it is supportive. But solely taking this medicine and saying that I'll be okay, it will be too much.
Thank you, Dr. Fatima.
Thank you, Dr. Mamta.
Dr. Sanjana, wishing you all the best.
Dr. Mamta, for
Thank you.
interesting questions.
Dr. Isha Jayanti is also with us. Dr. Isha, can you open your video and audio? Dr. Isha Jayanti, are you there? Dr. Isha, can we hear you, Dr. Isha? Okay, anyway, I think she is not here right now. So thank you so much, Dr. Fatima, for your elaborating this Ayurveda concepts, your drug concept and homeopathic. We really enjoyed your session. It was awesome. And though it was technical, but still we enjoyed a lot because we are not from that background, biotechnology, but still we enjoyed a lot and gained lots of fruitful inputs from you. Thank you so much for giving us this valuable time of yours and being with us today on this platform.
I'm thankful to you for giving a platform. Thank you so much. And I'm happy that you enjoyed.
Yes,
Thanks.
yes. Dr. Nisha, you would like to say something?
Yes, I would like to thank Dr. Fatima for such an insightful and a very informative session. And thank you very much, ma'am, for answering my questions. It was very informative for me.
Thank you, Dr. Nisha. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, dear participants, I'm giving you the link for the reflection and feedback. So kindly fill up. Yesterday also I have, I'm humbly requesting you because Association of Indian University is very, very critical about these cases because they will look at attendance as well as they will look at reflection and feedback forms. So kindly write the feedback forms with your heart. Write it in detail. When the second question is there, you have to give the complete answer rather than just giving one line. So you have to explain it in 100 words that what is your learning for the day through all the day and through all the sessions. So kindly elaborate that particular thing. Yesterday also, many of you have not filled up the feedback form. Later on, please don't ask me that why we have not received the complete information beforehand. So I'm deliberately writing on the WhatsApp group and clarifying you here on this platform that it is important to fill up the feedback and reflection form on every day. Please elaborate your content during the feedback form, and you have to be there for whole of the sessions and kindly participate. It is very important to participate because see, if you have enrolled for this program, why not to have the full knowledge of this particular topic? When you have been given the platform where you can ask any question, you can just give your hypothetical doubts here. You can ask anything here related to research. So please open up, kindly post your questions. We will be so happy to receive your questions. Fine. Thank you and see you tomorrow. We have lovely session tomorrow again. We have excellent speakers. I will just give you a brief glimpse for tomorrow. Tomorrow we have Dr. S. Venkata Mohan, who is a scientist in CSIR, that is Indian Institute of Chemical Technology. Then we have Dr. Ritu Sharma, who would be taking the session. She's from Amity Business School. Dr. Vargesh, who is a system analyst, who is from JNU, and he is from social sciences. He would be taking the session on research, software tools, and eco-friendly technologies. And the last, we have a very good speaker, Dr. Ujjaini Dasgupta from Amity Institute of Biotechnology. So we have galaxy of good speakers tomorrow as well. Tomorrow is our third day. So see you tomorrow at 9:50 or maybe 9:55. so that you can get smooth entry for this particular platform. And stay connected. We have created that WhatsApp group. If you have any problem, any issue, kindly come forward to discuss. But please be there on all the sessions and participate in all the sessions. That is two requirement. And third is, please submit your feedback form on the same day. Thank you so much. This is the feedback form which I have posted on the chat box. Kindly fill up this form. Thank you, Dr. Purva, that you liked all the sessions, but I just request all the members again that please try to participate and please post your questions. This is only for you, and this program is grand success on the first day, and on the second day, this is only because of you all, because you have participated, you have asked questions, so this is all because of you. Fine. So thank you so much to everyone. Kindly fill up this form. I'm posting this particular link on the WhatsApp group. If you have not joined the WhatsApp group as yet, kindly send me the message or kindly send me the mail. I have already sent mail to each and everyone whosoever has registered with us. Kindly check your email box. I have sent mail to everyone, and in that mail, I have mentioned the link for all 5 days and the WhatsApp group link as well. Fine. So kindly check your email box, and if still you did not get that mail, kindly let me know. I will send you again. Thank you. Goodbye. Shabak hai. See you tomorrow. Thank you, Dr. Nisha. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Professor Abdul. Thank you so much for your comments. Thank you, Smriti. Thank you for your comments. These comments makes us more, makes us more, that gives us more motivation to work good. Thank you, Dr. Fatima. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Ravideep Kaur. Thank you. I want this kind of enthusiasm during sessions as well. So kindly come and ask questions. Thank you. Bye-bye. Maqsood, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Kavita. Thank you for your comments. We are very happy that you are liking all the sessions. You are with us. We are very, very motivated, and we are comfortable that our participants are so enthusiastic. Thank you so much, Kavita. So, Maqsood, just 2 minutes. They are just filling up that form, and then we can just wind up the session. I will just let you know in 2 minutes.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, Maqsood, we can wind up now.